Shalom, shalom, brothers and sisters. This is your boy Jose. I'm back with another one. Man, I missed this weekend. I was supposed to drop on this weekend, but I decided to come out today. I was pretty busy. Like I said, I just came back from Puerto Rico last week for my grandma funeral. So I wasn't really in the mood to go live this weekend. I was just tired and traveling a lot. But I'm back. I had a few things to say. A video that a brother shared with me about Vocab Malone and a guy named Conscious Chicano, basically on their live talking mess. And we're gonna critique their video today, but also expose ISUPK because there's been brothers who have been obsessed with my videos from ISUPK. He knows who I'm talking about, and this is for you, brother. I'm going to show you guys what I've been telling you guys is that the ISUPK are all this. They are not allowed to debate unless they have the okay from their generals, and I'm going to show you the proof of it coming out of their own Captain Tazariak's mouth. And I'm also going to show you a funny video of Vocab Malone. What was it? Just today, addressing an ISUPK member and clowning him on that, saying, wait a minute, did you get approval from General Yahada to even come in here? Because what he just said is facts. So now the whole point is this. I'm going to show you what Captain Tazariak is going to say out of his own mouth. And then you're going to see what another ISUPK member did today. And let's go find out what's going on. Why isn't their camp in order? Because I've known that ISUPK is not allowed to debate. This is why I usually clown people like those guys on TikTok and Facebook that I used to deal with years ago. Because I tell them all the time, it's like, yo, y'all can do all this typing away, but you would never see me on the camera. You're not allowed to, because I will destroy you and it'll be on recording. Just like your 2000 false prophecy of Christ coming down and reigning and stuff like that, your false prophecy, which, again, I don't know how your school even has followers after a false prophecy, such a horrible false prophecy such as that. But we're going to get into that. So, shalom. All right, let me get into the first video. Matter of fact, like I said, just the ISUPK member, right? So we're going to see a video of Captain Tazariak on a platform on Saneta addressing brothers and sisters, right? And in that video, a girl basically tries him and stuff like that. But the point is this: he's going to tell them, because they were talking about debating, and she was like, "Well, why wouldn't you debate this homosexual or whatever the case may be, or whatever?" And Captain Tazariak breaks down his camp's way of debating, meaning he had to go through the elders. They're not their own entities, that they are one body. They're a body. So therefore, they have to go through steps. So the clown that likes to comment, or those guys on TikTok that love watching my videos, stop talking. You're not allowed to even have a conversation with me, bro, unless your daddy said so. And we're going to prove it. All right, so let me get out of this screen. So, yeah, and then after that, we're going to critique Vocab's video that he did with the Conscious Chicano, right? Now, the problem I find with that video is not the fact that you had a so-called Chicano or one of our people going, talking stuff about how, they're not Israelites, whatever. That's their right to do it. But what I don't get is when they tag team with the enemy, and the same enemy that, even according to their own movement, tells you that who's the enemy. Why would you do a podcast with Vocab Malone, right? And not even that, to basically downplay your own people. And this is the problem what I have with stuff like that. I believe that if you have a certain problems with your own people, you're supposed to keep that stuff in-house, meaning amongst your own people. Why would you go to another race to basically clown another race of people? Your race of people. And you're just there, yeah, I don't know why they believe that too. Bro, like, who cares, bro? Like, why would you even make fun? Because you're gonna see this brother. I don't know if you're the brothers. I'll even post the video if y'all want to watch it. Because I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm just gonna play the parts of the video where they started talking about some of our sources, and they started going at Northern Kingdom prophets, right? And playing videos about him and stuff like that. And we're gonna address that stuff. But the thing is that why would the so-called Chicano, whatever, go on a platform with some white man to basically make fun of his own people? And he's just like, yeah, well, that's like, come on, bro, keep that stuff in house. Stop. Our people need to start making ourselves look foolish amongst the other nations, and that's the only reason why I'm gonna play this video and critique it. Because they do bring us try to address some of our sources, and we're going to teach Vocab Malone a few things, and show the people how at some points where he's explaining some of our sources, how he's being how you saying deceptive and not actually bringing out the whole story, right? And we're going to address some of that stuff. But let me get into the first video. We're going to get into, like I said, Captain Tazariak, right? I want brothers to pay attention to what he says, how his camp deals with debating, right?
Got to get this on the road. One of your reasoning on why you was like you don't like to debate women, because it kind of makes there's really no way a man can really win that. If he wins, they're gonna be like he beat a woman. If he lose, they be like, oh man, you lost by a woman. I get that. That's a male thing, ego thing. I totally get it. I respect it. But one thing I didn't really understand that you used to do in some of your old videos, you wouldn't even debate a man if you thought he was gay. Like if you thought he was homosexual, you never really gave a reason. But even anytime somebody who I felt like could have gave you a really good challenge to defend the scriptures, you kind of ran from them because you said they were gay. That's why I gave you the nickname Track Star. I'm the reason why people start calling you Track Star, because I was in the comments saying, but I was wondering, like, how do you feel that way? And then I'm done.
Okay. But I don't even know who you are. And I don't even know that term, Track Star. I've never been called that. So unfortunately, whatever name you try to give me did not reach me. So I don't know what you're talking about. But what I am is a man of integrity. So they don't have to be a homosexual or what I perceive to be feminine or homosexual. If it's not beneficial for the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, I don't do that. I am not my own entity. I am a body. I like to say I'm a cult leader, short for culture. And what I mean by that is before I take on a debate, I may talk to my generals first and say, is this a worthy opponent? Because when they're debating me, let's say if they beat me, male or female, they're not beating Captain Tazariak, they're beating ISUPK. And that means a lot. So if we're going to put that on the line, the opponent has to be worthy. So if I talk to my general, I am a body. I like to say I'm a cult leader, short for culture. And what I mean by that is before I take on a debate, I may talk to my generals first and say, is this a worthy opponent? Because when they're debating me, let's say if they beat me, male or female, they're not beating Captain Tazariak, they're beating ISUPK. And that means a lot. So if we're going to put that on the line, the opponent has to be worthy. And what I mean by that is before I take on a debate, I may talk to my generals first and say, is this a worthy opponent? Because when they're debating me, let's say if they beat me, male or female, they're not beating Captain Tazariak, they're beating ISUPK. And that means a lot. So if we're going to put that on the line, the body, I like to say I'm a cult leader. Knowledge, I don't do that. I am not my own entity. I am a body, School of Universal Practical Knowledge. If it's not beneficial for the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, I don't do that. I am not my own entity. I am a body. I like to say I'm a cult leader, feminine or homosexual. If it's not beneficial for the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, I don't do that. I am not my own entity. I am a body. I like feminine or homosexual. If it's not beneficial for the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, I don't do that. I am not my own entity. I am a body. I like to say I'm a cult leader.
Okay, so there you have it. The evidence, right, of Captain Zazaria telling you what the ISUPK does when it comes to debates. They go to the other captains and have a discussion to see if even if their opponent is worthy enough to even have a debate with, for them to even take on a debate. He even said it multiple times. You heard me play it. He says, I am not my own body. I am not my own entity. I am part of a body. He represents a whole camp. So this is why they're not allowed to debate people. This is why I keep telling you guys, all these guys that be commenting, whether on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, ISUPK coming over here talking about, oh, Jose, this and this and that, talking about, that's all they can do. They can text, but they can never debate me. They're not allowed to. They're not allowed to unless they get permission by daddy, right? But let's look at this video of Vocab Malone today talking to an ISUPK member who didn't have permission, but he calls him out on it. I'll close him out on a few things, which I loved. That was part of the discussion I actually loved about it. Vocab was actually on fire when he was dealing with this ISUPK member. He was pretty on fire, and I'm going to show it to you right now. Let me see.
I came on the channel, and what I'm trying to do was get him to retract
stealing anything. My point is to get at more revenue, but I know he left. But to the other gentleman,
he done, man. Like,
okay. To the other gentleman, I don't hold to the Khazarian hypothesis. I think that's a drop in the bucket when it comes to modern day Jewry. I don't think that's a scientifically, historically backed theory at all. So I don't hold to that. So I understand what you're asking, but I want to first off say I deny your presupposition that modern day Israelite or Israeli, whatever you want to say, equals Khazar. However, you're saying if you say are they the true people, it depends what you mean by that. If you mean in the way the Bible defines it in the New Covenant, the answer is no. But that would also go for anyone who went to the ultimate concern. The question to that population, and there are over some stuff you can.
I know your crew.
But just one thing, they were.
You want to come? What you were saying something?
On Negroid people and end this once and for all. So
I got somebody for you, though, bro. I got some. All right, check it out. Hold on, Jeff.
All right, hold on, man. I lost the time mark. I don't know what happened. I thought I had it on the time mark. I'm waiting for the discussion with the ISUPK member, right? Hold on. I've got to find it real quick.
JJ, check it out.
yeah, bro, we can do that, bro. We can do that, bro.
You in the messenger group? If not, Captain.
Nobody. I know you was gonna speak up. Keep going.
Can't answer because he knows what I'm going to do. I'm going to trap him. He's already trapped.
No, you ain't trapping nothing and nobody. You trap nobody. You trap G-Con. You know what I'm saying? You trap that shield squad, that horrible shield squad. You're the bunch of slaves.
You're the one who calls another man commander. Hey, you're the one who calls another man commander, bro. Not me.
You pull those slaves together and you trap them.
Did Yohana give you permission to be here today? Did he give you a permission?
Who trapped them?
Did Yohana give you permission to be here today? Did he give you a permission?
Who?
Hold on.
Did he give you a permission?
Who?
Did Yohana give you permission to be here today? Did he give you a permission?
Who?
Did Yohana give you permission to be here today? Did he give you a permission?
And you trap them.
Did Yohana give you permission to be here today? Did he give you a permission?
There you go, yo. So you see, even Vocab knows the rule. Vocab knows the rule. Bro, you ISAPK, y'all ain't allowed to be on platforms unless you have permission from daddy. Did you get your permission from daddy today? That's what Vocab just told them to your ISAPK member right there, right? Gabar, all right? Let's find out. We can listen a little bit more because, like I said, this first 5-10 minutes of this discussion was pretty interesting because Vocab was just kept throwing jabs at this guy and the ISUPK, just like bodying them, right? It was pretty funny.
You G-Con. You know what I'm saying? You trap that shield squad, that horrible shield squad of you, the bunch of slaves.
You're the one who calls another man commander. Hey, you're the one who calls another man commander, bro, not me.
You pulled those slaves together and you trapped them.
Did Johanna give you permission to be here today? Did he give you a permission?
Who?
Hold on. We about to shut it down.
Oh, hold on, DMG. Hey, DMG, hold on for a second, bro. That's real lame. That's real lame that people say that. You know what I'm saying? They kill me thinking that we had to ask permission from Commander General how to be here. They really think they saying something. You sound like a fool, and you don't know what you're talking about. You understand? So, you know, it is what it is. But like I said, you trapped that shit.
And you see what happened there, people? That's what they do. They just talk, right? Oh, he thought he just proved something by he just said there, blah, 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 blah. Right? But all he did was just talk. But we all just heard from Captain Tazariak the protocol. They're not their own entity. Gabar, you're not your own entity, sir. You represent a body. And all Vocab did was call you out on it. Simple and plain. And then you have to, oh, you act like he said something. Bro, just lick your wounds and keep it moving. We all know the protocol. And you just made yourself look like a fool, right? But we'll keep playing the video. Like I said, it's pretty entertaining.
Shield squad, and then you use them people up and then you throw them away. You understand? Treat them all like garbage. I don't even see how they still associate with you.
At least I don't charge them double ties like Commanding General Johanna.
What's your question, Cap?
He said what?
What's your question, Cap? We gotta get ready to shut it down. What's your question? I need two of them from you.
Okay. First off, with all of the history that Edomites, white man, you understand, has had, to where they have treated blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians extremely horrible, the worst ever in the world. How does he feel that he's going to come with, I'm going to say, maybe like a new approach with Christianity, because he's trying to come and attack what they would call like the Israelite community or whatever. You understand what they be saying? He's attacking Israelite doctrine. You know, the only thing you can't destroy is the truth, right? And I just want to know, why do you think that you are going to do something new and pull and bring? I guess I don't even know what your goal is really. You understand? Other than just doing the same thing Christianity has been doing forever, is to keep blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians under your foot. So what is it that you're trying to accomplish by going out? Like one thing you did say, and I know I'm kind of running on a little bit. One thing you did say was that G-Man and those other people was there before you. You understand? That was true. They was out there doing that before you were. But why did you feel like you had to pull them in and use them to, come up against, say, Israelites?
They contacted me. They reached out to me. I didn't know what they were doing. I wasn't aware of sort of the underground apologetic network. They contacted me. Okay. So You know, you made it sound like I was running the show, but they contacted me, and I never charged them double tithe like John Lightborn does you.
You said who?
John Lightborn. You don't know Johanna's real name?
Let me explain something. Here it is again.
What?
Is you're saying things and you don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't have to do double tithe, Captain?
Where do you get that from? The Bible says that tithes are 10%.
Ex-ISUPK members and other Israelite camps.
That is what we pay in the ISUPK is 10%. We do this in the Bible, man. Where do you get that we paying double tithes? And see, you now, Captain Cesario, I checked you once before for you making a false claim and saying something about the ISUPK, and he made you apologize.
I said the wrong name.
You're gonna have to do it again. You're doing it now. You're doing it now. You're lying on Commanding General Yohana.
All right.
We don't pay double tithes in the ISUPK. You're a liar.
So that was Jermaine Grant,
if you would watch any of our classes, once we turn around and before we end the class, you'll hear that the tithes that you pay is 10%. You're just running your mouth, man. And this is the problem. I cannot see why black people will even follow you. You're a liar. You are a liar, man. And you lied on Commander General Yohana. And we don't pay double tithes in this school. Now, what else do you want to get checked on?
Where do you see in the Bible that you're to ask people of other nations like Africans to lick your boots?
No, we don't. The Africans haven't licked our boots. We make Edomites lick the boots. We make Edomites.
Why don't you ask Africans to lift your boots? Because they're Hamites, according to you.
Listen, let me tell you something. Our oppressor is the so-called white man. That's who our oppressor, man. Our oppressor is the so-called white man, right? And black people are scared. Nobody is scared of you. He thinks that you are his God, right? Our people see you, and they see God. So what they need to see is when you see
Johanna, you see someone who's second only to Christ.
They need to see the oppressor on his knees, kissing boots, taking your true place in the earth. You're a vagabond. You're a murderer. You're a thief. You are a person that was in a cage.
Cap, real quick. Do you have 2 questions? Because we got to cut this short. I need 2 questions from you. And then we can set up another dialogue between y'all later if possible.
I just want everyone to know, though, Tazariak said whenever he sees an African man who's homeless, he's glad he's in that state because of what he did prior. He said, whenever I see an African or a white man homeless, I'm happy.
We know what Captain Tazariak said.
And that's why I support the destruction of the black Hebrew Israelites.
We know what Captain Tazariak said about the little African boy him not getting fed at our event.
That
event was for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians only.
So no Africans allowed.
If a white man throws an event and don't invite no black man, nobody says a goddamn word. But soon as the ISUPK throws a private event, you want to talk about it and say, "Oh, he wouldn't feed an African." The little African boy said he understood.
The flyer says no Africans.
What Captain Tazariak was conveying.
The flyer said no Africans.
Everybody muted. Everybody muted. Check this out. Cap, this is for Captain 10K. I need 2 questions because we're about to shut this down. We'll set up a dialogue between y'all if possible. But I just need you to ask 2 questions because we're getting ready to get out of here.
Oh, okay. Here's another question. The Bible speaks of the so-called white man, the Edomites, being the devil, right? Why do you think that's not you?
What verse are you referring to specifically?
It's several, and I know he said he's trying to get out of there. So when the Bible says that the devil is a man, right?
What verse says that?
And historically, that man has been you.
What verse says
your answer? Not you personally, but your people.
What verse says that?
I'm asking you. This is what I'm asking you. when it speaks about the devil and the devil being a man, and when we say that it's the white man, why do you say it's not?
The Bible does not say the devil is a man.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Show me the verse. Show me
I
the
can
verse.
show you all day long.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Just give me one.
Isaiah 14.
Now, real quick, I want to address something. What you guys are about to witness is Vocab about to body bag this ISUPK Gabar member, right? This member named Gabar. He's about to body bag him on this argument because the brother just said, oh, the devil's the white man and blah, 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 right? Now, watch how Vocab basically flips it on him using Christ, right? With one of my favorite scriptures that we talk about all the time, brothers and sisters. John chapter 8, right? And watch how Vocab flips his own question on him. And, it's going to be a bloodbath. Like, basically, you're going to basically witness the ISUPK deny that for a second. You're going to hear him deny that the blood basically goes through the Father. Because Vocab is going to make a powerful point. And body bags him. And then I will end the video there, and then we'll get into the main video that we're going to talk about tonight.
Is this the man? Such and such.
Okay, he know exactly where I was going to. No sweat. Okay, the brother just quoted it.
Isaiah 14, what verse?
What's your response to that?
My response is the devil is a spiritual being. He's not a man. So his foundation is wrong. Number 2, Jesus called fellow Jews devil in John chapter 8 because Jesus called fellow Jews devil. It is wrong. Number 2, Jesus called fellow Jews devil in John chapter 8. Jesus called fellow Jews devil in John chapter 8. Jesus called fellow Jews devil in John chapter 8 because they were rejecting him as Messiah. So guess who the real devil is? People who reject Messiah. And guess what? You at ICPK say your leader is second only to Christ, which is equivalent to rejecting Jesus. That's where the real devils are. Say your leader is second only to Christ, which is equivalent to rejecting Jesus. That's where the real devils are. So guess who the real devil is? People who reject Messiah. And guess what? You at ICPK say your leader is second only to Christ, which is equivalent to rejecting Jesus. That's where the real devils are. Say your leader is second only to Christ. Devil is. People who reject Messiah. And guess what? You at ICPK say your leader is second only to Christ, which is equivalent to rejecting Jesus. Guess what? We're rejecting him as Messiah. So guess who the real devil is? People who reject Messiah. And guess what? You at ICPK say your leader is second only to Christ, which is equivalent to rejecting Jesus. Guess what? You at ICPK him as Messiah. So guess who the real devil is? People who reject Messiah. And guess what? You at ICPK say your leader is second only to Christ, which is equivalent to rejecting Jesus. That's where the real devils are.
Checkmate.
Oh, man. ISUPK, home of the devils. Man. ISUPK, home of the devils.
Checkmate.
Man. ISUPK, home of the devils. Man. ISUPK, home of the devils.
Man.
ISUPK, home of the devils.
And shout out to Vocab Malone for speaking the truth right there, because that is exactly what the ISUPK is, the home of the devils, bro. Shout out to him for bringing that out, man. But now we're going to get into a discussion that Vocab had with this Chicano, and he's going to start bringing out, he's going to try to talk about this source, and we're going to school him on it a little bit more. And then he started basically misrepresenting Northern Kingdom prophets and started talking crap about him. Right in front of a so-called, Mexican brother. But again, and this is like I said from the beginning, and this is the problem that I have with this video, and the only reason why I'm actually doing this video is because I just found it to be a little bit disrespectful for this so-called conscious Chicano to be having a conversation with this this European Vocab Malone about us natives and talking native history, but then starts clowning, one of our people. You know what I'm saying? And basically, the Chicano basically just allowed that to happen. And I feel that, listen, you should never, never go around another nation of people and talk shit about your own people, bro. You never do that. Never. Never. You keep that stuff in house. You keep that stuff in amongst discussions amongst our people, and we can have that discussion within our own people. We don't go and disrespect our own people in front of other nations and clown us, what you guys are about to witness here. And that's the only reason why I'm playing this video, and to address some of the points that he was trying to say about Northern Kingdom prophets, right? So we're going to get into that. Shalom, Brother Ephraim.
I'm going to take the phone away.
Shalom, Brother Brewer. Shalom, Brother Yanan. What's up, bro? And that's just something our people just need to learn how to do, bro. We keep native stuff to keep that shit in house, bro. Straight up. And that's what I found disgusting about this one. All right, so here it is.
Okay, you want more money?
Let me see what I'm gonna start it from. I think it was around there. What is that? 104.
Okay, Amir, then you going to bed. You done?
I'll probably play the intro real quick so you brothers and sisters can find out a little bit about the brother Chicano, Conscious Chicano. So I'll probably just let the beginning play, and then I'll get into the part we're gonna critique.
European colonization. Who are you? Where are you from? Who are you? Where are you from? What do you do? Well, I'm the Conscious Chicano. I actually promote what I call it Chicano indigenous urban apologetics, and some, it's just it's kind of like a decolonization perspective. It's also it's in defense of Christianity, and it's actually let me go into my history in some sense. I come from the conscious community. There's actually a conscious community that even Mexicans and Chicanos have. So most of the time you think that most of the conscious community is black, right? But you also have a brown version of the conscious community, and a lot of us are we're into decolonization. We dig into our history, our culture. We learn about European colonization, and a lot of times what happens is in that process, when you start digging into the history of say Mexico or the Americas, you find out about European colonization, and some of these Europeans claim to be Christians, and so what a lot of these Chicanos learn about is that a lot of these guys, were committing atrocities, genocide, slavery, a lot of atrocious acts towards our people, and so here's the thing. People think that we're Latinos or Hispanics. A lot of Chicanos don't agree with those terms. They see it as like a colonial term brought about by the Spaniards.
Can I ask you this?
And
so I have a friend, a mentor of mine, R.I.P. Angelo De Leon, and before he became a believer, he was involved with some of the same stuff you're talking about. and he had me read and some different books when I first moved to Phoenix from Columbus.
All right, so I'll let the beginning is so y'all you heard his intro, where he's from, what part of movements that he was a part of. If you brothers and sisters are interested, you can look him up. But like I said, so now we're gonna start getting into their discussion. I'm gonna fast forward it, like I said, probably like an hour ahead, and start getting to where Vocab starts trying to address some of our sources, and then they're going to start talking about the One West doctrine and Hispanics being Israelites and stuff like that for like the next 20 or 30 minutes. So we're probably going to let that play and address all the points that they're going to try to make. And, you know, I'm going to do what I do best and debunk what they're saying. And in a way, it's the same thing over and over again. It's all just native erasure. You know what I'm saying? It's no respect for people's oral traditions or oral history or spiritual walks or whatever the case may be. You know, I just think that that I find it funny that you have certain brothers who think that they have some kind of like authority over like native history. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, stop it, bro. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of different tribes, bro. Bro, not one person can represent all those tribes. Bro, stop it. But you have people acting like they're like the native police or something. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you do you have a DNA test, or what tribe do you, or do you speak the language, or do you try to man, stop all that stuff, bro. This is what the simple fact that there's hundreds of millions of us that have lost our heritage and languages and stuff like that just keeps proving our point. You know what I'm saying? Because I had this discussion just the other day with the brother I knew and Jahil and you know, and that, you know, and them. Because, you know, they were saying, oh, but many nations went into captivity and blah, blah, blah. And I told them, hey, you know, I completely agree with you. But you would have to agree that there are certain nations of people who were just done way worse than other people. Like, we know that China, Japan, you know, all these other places, you know, Middle East, they have been, you know, fucked with. They've been conquered. They've been, you know, lost wars, whatever the case may be. But I told these brothers there's a difference, though. I'll say, yes, I can agree that, yeah, many people went through it, blah, 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 blah. But there's still specifically two main nations of people who don't know who they are. There's two people. The so-called African Americans and the so-called natives of this land. Out of every other nation, yes, China, Japan got messed with. These Middle Easterns got messed with, but you know what? They still know their language. They still know their customs. They still know their history. So no, it's not the same. But yet the Bible talks about, like I said, the two cursed nations, the Canaanites and the Israelites, and the Egyptians, the third one. But no one wants to talk about that stuff. And this is why we know that the Bible's real. See, this is why when you have conversations with these, you know, these chemists and whatever like that, and you bring these things up, it's like, well, why is the Bible predicting everything that we're seeing in the world today? They can't explain these things. The reason why the Bible is the number one read book in the world is because it's a book of prophecy. That's why it's the only book that has prophesied and things have came to pass, proving, you know, true prophets. No other book on the planet does that. Not the Quran, none of that stuff. That's why people follow and read the Bible. But let me get back to the discussion.
Little quote from it that I think is important. Where did that person go? Oh, yeah. Hector Viesca says another book Hebrew Israelites use is Lost Tribes and the Promised Land by Ronald Sanders to prove natives are Israelites. They do, but I just want to go to the end of this book. This is the last page before the acknowledgments, page 376. And he's wrapping up the book. And, you know, he's just talking about the subtitle is The Origins of American Racism. It's not the origins of, American Indian or something like that. It's the origins of American racism. Look what he says, because they'll use this book and he's just giving accounts of things that happened. They act like he's like proving the point or something. But I just want to read this one sentence. It's on page 376. The Indians of North America, whether they had ever been the lost tribes of Israel or not, were at any rate largely to be reduced to the state of a lost and wandering people in their own country. But I want to read that again. This guy's not advocating that they're the lost tribes of Israel, because I went through this book because I was like, let me see if the Hebrewites are accurately representing this book. Because the other books, if you remember, everybody, that I showed are these like super old books by weird colonialists who are basically just BSing, but frankly, with you. This book is by someone who's like a little bit more of like doing real work. I think their first version of this was in 78, and the copyright I have on this one is 2015. But I just want to show that again one more time. The Indians of North America, whether they had been lost tribes of Israel or not. The thesis of this book is not that Native Americans or indigenous peoples were Israelites. That's not it. So there's more.
Okay, let's deal with that first one, right? Because again, it's not about what the author believes. That's not his intent. His intent was giving out sources of what multiple people says. And this is why I'm trying to tell you how people like him are very deceptive. Because what's so good about this book that has a great source, Vocab, go to the index, right? Where you get all the sources, right? Now, you're going to see sources, right? From rabbis, from even Josephus, and all these people, right? In the index. Right, let me see if you can see it. Hold on, right? Where it says Josephus. See, right there? See, it's against opinion by Josephus, right? On page 162. See, this thing gives you sources of where it's quoting from, the historians that it's quoting from. So in this book, Vocab, where it says that, very powerful, right? This is where you're gonna start getting body back, because I'm gonna let the video keep playing. It's just gonna keep digging the hole for him, right? But in this book, right, the same book, right, in 1644, right, you had that Portuguese Marano, right, Antonio de Montezinos, right, from Amsterdam, right? Hey, Vocab, do you know who this person is? See, this is what I'm talking about. When you present information, bring it all out. Don't be like, oh, see this book? This is the book they just use. And look what the author said. Look, the author said that. It's not about what the author says or believed. Never did the author say in the beginning, hey, I believe that. No, all he was talking about was racism and the things. This book is about many topics, but it also touches on how certain accounts about how natives were Israelites, how Christopher Columbus used the Bible, and according to his journals that he wrote down, how he used the Bible to convince the king and queen to fund his voyage using the Bible. That's what I'm saying. It's all in that book. And again, wait till we get to the part where he starts questioning the Jewish encyclopedia about Arzareth, about using Christopher Columbus, quoting from that book, right? But again, he's going to get body bagged on that stuff. But he didn't really know anything about what he was talking about, right? So, but back to the point about Montezinos. Vocab, who's Montezinos? Do you know who Montezino is? Do you know whose assistant he was? Manasseh ben Israel, sir, which we'll read a little bit about him in this book and whatever. We'll read a little bit about Manasseh ben Israel. But Vocab, you know who Manasseh ben Israel is. Oh, you don't? If you don't, then you would know that he was one of the biggest scholars in his day in the 1600s in Europe. And he wrote a book called The Hopes of Israel. Matter of fact, not only that, but he even quotes Manasseh ben Israel in this book, and according to the index. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it real quick. Where it talks about Manasseh ben Israel. Because he even quotes from Manasseh ben Israel in this book also. Hold on. but from his actual journals, not from his book, The Hosts of Israel. That's what I'm saying. This book shows many sources. Let me, matter of fact, like I said, the index, that's what I was going to show you, right? Like I said, many sources. Literally, let's go count how many pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 pages front to back, 16 pages front to back of all sources, and shows you what page. It even shows you exactly what page these sources were used in, sir. This is why I keep telling you that these are just primary sources. These are primary. He's using primary sources. It's not that he's just writing a book about what his opinion is and everything. No, he quotes everything that he's reading from and jotting from and puts it in everywhere, bro. You guys are done with that stuff, bro. Stop it, man. It's a very credible book, bro. Exactly, Malak. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I just showed you 16 pages front to back of just nothing but sources, and he's showing you the page number that which he's quoting the sources from. Stop it, bro. Josephus, you guys saw it for yourself, bro. Like I said, there's many things, and rabbis. You're gonna see a bunch of rabbis and all that stuff, bro. Stop it, man. Exactly. He forgot to read that part. But let's get back into that video, right?
More I could read from this book to show you, but I'm just going to read that there for now. So, people, do you want us to keep going? Do you want us to keep going here, people? Do you want us to do? Do you guys want to do this? What do you want to do? Because we could. All right, let's play some clips. Let's get into some clips. This will be interesting. Okay, I got a couple of them. We're gonna have to try to do brief commentary, if we could, because I got quite a few clips here, but here's the first one.
Deuteronomy chapter 33 and verse 20. And of Gad he said, Blessed be he that enlargeth Gad. He dwelleth as a lion and teareth the arm with the crown of the head.
So Gad teareth the arm. He used his arm to tear the crown of the head. That's what we call scalping. All right, next.
Bro. So the dude just went to a verse in the Bible about Gad, and he's trying to say it's literally referring to scalping. It's Deuteronomy 33:20. I don't know if everyone, these guys, YouTube channel is called Mexicans or Hebrew Israelites. I kept it on the screen so everybody could see, so you could see it right. These are, I think they call themselves the Northern Kingdom Prophets or something like that. I'm gonna read Deuteronomy 33:20. We got to do quick commentary, but Conscious Chicano. Have you ever seen stuff like this before?
Yeah, I've actually just barely looked into this. You know, I've seen these guys on YouTube, and oh man, I've heard they changed some of their views. I heard they have beef with the Black Hebrew Israelites now. That there's like some faction going on there.
Well, so some of the One West type groups believe Native Americans, and they say Hispanics. I'm just telling you what they say. Okay, that's the term they use. Are part of Israel, but then there's what you might call Black-only Israelites, and they say that they're not part of Israel. So there's a beef about basically who's included, type of thing. But these guys are cool with other Israelites who believe they're on the chart. Deuteronomy 33:20.
You see, right there, Vocab actually misrepresented Northern Kingdom proper. He don't believe in the 12 tribe chart like that. But the other brother, the Chicano brother, was actually on point. You guys heard him say, he said, he's been having beef with the so-called Negroes of the movement. So what does that tell you, people? That these people are watching us. They're watching us. Of course they are. And it's something powerful that Malak said, right? Since the brother is even here. Because he even texted me. He's like, I find it funny that he's making fun of, Northern Kingdom prophets. He's making fun of our people, this and that, talking, to this person, making fun of this person. But notice he hasn't critiqued any of my videos. Because you all saw who these guys secretly learn from. We all seen who these guys secretly learn from, bro. But it's okay. Because as long as you guys are learning and using these arguments out there to defeat false doctrines, go for it. Go have at it. But let's not pretend like you guys are not watching us. He just proved that he's watching us. And even in Northern Kingdom Prophet, he said, oh, yeah, there's a sect of them that are having problems with these people and blah, blah, blah. They don't believe in that, the 12 tribe chart. But then Vocab was like, no. He does. Vocab actually misrepresented them. But it's proof that the other brother is watching, right? Let's get back to it.
It says, about Gad, he said, blessed is he who enlarges Gad's domain. Gad lives there like a lion, tearing at arm or head. He chose the best land for himself. The leader's portion was kept for him. When the heads of the people assembled, he carried out the Lord's righteous will and his judgments concerning Israel. I just want to bring up, everyone, the context here. This is where Moses blesses the tribes of Israel, okay? So that's the context of what's happening in Deuteronomy chapter 33. And this is in the context of the ancient Near East. That's exactly the context that we're talking about here. And there's lots of places you can go. If you go through and read this, you'll see, oh, this is clearly an ancient Near Eastern context. This is not a North American context. That is not what's being discussed. That's not what's being talked about. That is not what is going on at all. And so here, Yahweh is through Moses blessing the tribes and is describing. It's sort of like these cryptic prophecies of the role or function that the tribes will fulfill when they move into the land of Israel. That's what's going on. This has nothing to do with Native Americans. And if you really read the context, it's not talking about scalping the way they're reading it and making it sound. And the thing is, not everyone did scalping, and they're not the only people who scalp. The Pashtun folks who I believe are in the mountains of Afghanistan, if I'm getting it correct, they have a similar practice, and I think they use this verse as well because there's some of them there that claim to be Israelites. And so it's a fascinating thing, but I just want to show you the type of exegesis that they do. That was the NIV. He used the ESV. And of Gad, he said, blessed he who enlarges Gad. So this is enlarging Gad's territory. Okay, Gad crouches like a lion. He tears off arm and scalp. What about the tearing off the arm part? If you're going to make the scalping, if you're, that's by the way, that that goes back. If that's what this is, just saying what a lion does. A lion destroys their opponent, tears off arm and scalp. It's comparing Gad to a lion. This is not about scalping. And if it was, what about tearing off the arm? Was that something decidedly characteristic of indigenous tribes? They shall call.
Shalom, a lot.
Shalom, Vega.
You got something to say real quick about what he just said, right? What he just said?
No, I don't got nothing to say about it.
All right, I'll address it. Okay, so we have Vocab here saying that this is not actually talking about scalping, right? Or this is talking about a lion and how a lion dwelled and Gad being, well, what is Gad being compared to? See, the fact is this. Yes, Gad is being compared to a lion. Traits, right? But Vocab says, well, what about the tearing of the arm? But what about it? Answer the initial question. How about that? About the scalping? Because it is, I'm going to show you that it actually does mean to tear at the arm and the scalp. And again, Vocab. I'll show it to you in the Septuagint real quick. Hold on. All right, I can see it. Try to make it bigger. All right, I can see it right there. And it says right there, Deuteronomy 30 and 20. And it says, in Gad, he said, blessed be the one who enlarges Gad. Like a lion, he will dwell. He will tear. What is he going to do, Malak?
He's gonna tear
At what?
at his own.
At his arm? Indeed. What does indeed mean?
For surely.
Surely what?
Surely, indeed, that it will be accomplished.
No, I'm saying what after it says indeed, when it says surely, like we all know what that means, right? Indeed, meaning also, right? Like, right? Surely what? A what?
A scalp.
What? What about a scalp?
That he will tear off.
There it is. It's right there in the fucking Septuagint, people. Now, notice this. Notice this also. That when he answered the question, right? Notice how he only named a one tribe of people, also, right, that lived in Afghanistan, as he just said, right? And he said that they also use this verse to say that they're Gadites, right? And the point is this, vocab. You're right. Maybe not every single Native American did it, but that was prevalent amongst the native to scalp. So what else other people were doing it? Name these other people. If this was such a common practice, like you're claiming, name these other people. All I heard you name was Native Americans and some people in Afghanistan. That's 2 freaking people out of the thousands of tribes on this earth.
You know what? There go. I wanted to say that, man. Like he consistently always trying to get at Sakari or the other West campus, and I guess they're not paying him no mind now. So he just came out with that video, directed it down towards the natives. So it was intriguing that you can see that he got some type of animosity towards the Israelites or the so-called people who are waking up to say they're Israelites, for the simple fact that that's what's on his heart, that's what's on his mind. You understand? So it's just hilarious, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're doing your hair straight? Me too.
Yeah. Did you see that video? That when he walked up to the camp, they basically said they couldn't speak to him and shit.
Yeah, I seen that one. Yeah. Well, Sakari did a rebuttal, and there was even Alazar said this is Sakari messed up. So I guess probably one of his soldiers was messed up, and because he messed up, the order was given to them not to speak.
Yeah, you can speak a little louder.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, you were sounding kind of low.
Okay. Sakari made a rebuttal to that.
Nah, you sound low again. Yeah, you sound low again, bro. Yeah,
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, there you go. Perfect.
You can't. It can hear better, right? Oh, what I was saying is, I seen that video that he was saying, the flea, the wicked flee when no man pursue him. But what I was trying to say is that Sakari made a rebuttal on that and showing how one of his disciple their disciples messed up, and this is why I guess they called the camp down there, and they had a no contact list, basically what they did with you. So I've seen that video, brother.
Yeah. I you know what, and I kind of agree with a little bit about that. I just think that vocab, at the end of the day, why would you want to attack Alazar's students? You know what I'm saying? That's to me, that's kind of weird and I don't know, man. It's kind of cowardly, man, bro. It's bro, I'm very sure you can hit up a spot where either Deacon Hakal or Alazar is at and challenge them on their beliefs. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Yep. I agree with you on that, brother. Man, he know that man, it's not gonna be an easy walk. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to highly glorify anyone, but it's not gonna be an easy walk with Deacon or with Alazar. You know what I'm saying? They got more knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And man, and by him always trying to attack, only the camps or any little camps, and make a I mean, I really want to debate vocab. You know what I'm saying? Because the simple fact that a lot of the stuff he's just not putting it in contact, or he's not really not just giving the overview of all. You know, there's a few of them Christians that keep doing these things. You know, and I've been trying to call them out. I've been trying to call out a lot of people, but
Well, I'll
man,
put like
it
this.
is what it
I'll
is.
put like this. It would never work. Like I'll put like this. The reason why people don't like vocab Malone, especially in the what you call One West or the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, is because vocab is what you people what we would call in our hoods a fucking geek. Like he's a fucking geek. Like you know what I'm saying? And you know, and a lot of the brothers who came out of the street life and these gangs or drug dealing, whatever the case they were doing, or prison, you know what I'm saying? They already know the mentality. So when they usually see vocab, they already have a bad vibe of him because they already know that's the dude in the neighborhood that's just like a punk, basically, right? So it would never really work. And I think vocab just needs to realize that. Like, bro, at the end of the day, you're making yourself kind of look like a racist dealing with us, right? Like, bro, stick to your Christianity stuff and your people, whatever the case may be with your church, and keep it that way. But when you keep going after, you know, especially you being a so-called white man, constantly just going after so-called black people, you have to agree you're looking a certain way in front of certain people, you know what I'm saying? And why would you put yourself in that predicament unless you just want to be popular, I don't know, or hated, or I don't know what the case may be. You know what I'm saying? But but yeah, he's basically what you would call a herb in the hood, and he would never get along with it. And that's why you see always the time like they you see the Hebrews bumping into him and just hard-headed with him because they're just two different breeds. What vocab should do is train somebody, maybe just finally train LeBron under his belt or something, or somebody like that, and have somebody of color deal with people of their own nation, or whatever the case may be. He might have better results in that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he comes off like kind of racist, right?
I'm not saying
You
that he
know,
is
he
racist. I'm
comes
not saying
off
that
kind of.
he is racist. I put it like this: the
Yeah,
way vocab speaks,
but he comes off though.
yeah, the
You
way he
know,
speaks, he tries to speak intelligent. But like I said, but us people in the hood, we can smell bullshit a mile away. That's the whole point. We know when someone's trying to hustle us. We know we have more of an instincts when it comes to stuff like that, or what people will call street smarts, right? So we're more inclined to that. So when we see people like vocab speaking like trying to speak all you know, all high class, to us is like we got to be careful around this guy. You know what I'm saying? Because he's trying to use big words and you know this word. No. Stop all that stuff. We like I said, most of the people in the movement are street dudes, people from you know all different type of walks. But nah, not on that book smart. Like nah. Like we could tell vocab went to like
and
what do you call like one of those colleges that teach you what's that called? You know what I'm talking about? Those Christian colleges that we're having over here, man.
yeah, like a Christian theological,
Yeah,
like
theology. Yeah,
a
whatever that.
university, one of them Christian.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, they're always trying to find.
doctrine and stuff. Man. But at the end of the day, you
They're
know,
always trying to go to some source.
yeah. At the end of the day, they're just like everybody
They're always
else.
trying to go to some sources. Hey, Vega. They're always trying to go to some sources to prove their point. You know what I'm saying? They're always trying to go theologically. Like, hey, well, this is this. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, go to the scriptures.
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, what's so
Yeah,
hard
man.
about going to the scriptures and making the book come to life?
That's right. Yeah, one thing I wanted to state, brother, is that you see, like the brothers, the brothers don't be giving him that play now. I think he's just trying to turn it towards the natives. You know what I'm saying? Which is a great idea because we got so much evidence. It's going to pass the Ashkenazis or the Amalekites or however they want to put them to be the Israelites, because now they just trying to make them the Israelites. Which, when you go back to artifacts and they, you know, even just with the artifacts and the Egyptian, is going to just Ashkenazis quick, you know. So
I mean, it'll be good to have more, brother. You know what I'm saying? Should get at him, man. You know.
Yeah. Have you ever has anybody ever asked him about how those Jews over there are planning to build a third temple, and did he ever like give like an explanation or anything? Have you ever heard a discussion like that from him yet?
No, I haven't heard a discussion from him. What's your intake on that anyway, Vega? About the temple of Ezekiel? You believe it's gonna? I mean, we don't want to go on subject, but after you're done with the video, I would like to ask you about that.
Okay, those things. All right. Let me get back to the video real quick.
All right. Yep.
Paul Peoples, I'm sorry, he chose the best land for himself, and for their commander's portion was reserved. He came with the heads of the people with Israel. So notice this is God with other Israelites during the time. Executed the justice of the Lord as justice for Israel. I don't know if you want to comment on that. I was going to go to the next one, but that's the kind of stuff we're going to be getting in all these videos. They're all from the same group.
Yeah, you're actually on point. So this book right here, that one on pseudoscience, talks about on page 95 about a trait list comparison. When you do a trait list comparison, that's actually not a good way to prove that, you know, certain people are come from another type, other you can't show that indigenous people came from the Hebrews or Assyrians or anybody else just by a trait list comparison. That's not really science there, because there's certain traits that are universal. You find that amongst almost every nation out there.
Yeah, and tearing people up in warfare is one of them. That's a good phrase. I've never heard that phrase. I appreciate that, brother. Traitless comparison. Thank you. Well, let's watch the next one. I think you're gonna like this.
Right. So real quick, right? So you heard the brother says about these things, but the thing is that we have our ancestors. We have people from the Hopi and the Cheyenne tribes who have stories. I believe what's the other tribe?
Navajo as well.
The one that talks about the
East. Ancient sister.
The ones that all talk about the coming from the East.
We coming from come from the East.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. And I want people to just notice this, right? Because when you watch that video, that brother Chicano, whatever, he pulls out book after book, right? He has his books. And I want people to realize this. And this is what happens with everything. People are so biased. They'll put you right. They'll be like, "Oh, we have books." But then when you start bringing out your books, what happens? They say that your books are pseudo. They're stop it. How do we know that the books that he's pulling are even legit? That's the whole point, man. I hate when people just because they have books, they're like, "All right, well, we have this books." But then every time every time they pull out a source, how they just try to attack, the lost tribes and promised land, and they I think they're gonna try to attack another source, but as being biased.
And you know what's crazy is if they don't know the story on what's my man name here go right here. If they don't know the story on what is it, Fria Diego de Landen, the actually story behind him, how he took all the information. He was one of the first popes who came. And he took all the information. He knew our languages. He knew that it was similar to Hebrew, to the ancient Hebrew. And then he distorted mostly all the language. And 90% of all scholars who of natives, they going by his work, which he gave a narrative, a lot of false information purposely so we can look like savages.
Mm-hmm. Say vocab, this pizza with a fork.
Okay.
You are
I'll
crazy.
make you a bracelet.
All right, I mean,
When I say like, I use that in a certain way. This one's 40 seconds.
Two head tribes of the Northern Kingdom, who are the Hispanics, Native Americans, all right?
Which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine.
So this is the Most High adopting the Hispanics and Native American Indians, all right? What was that?
The book of Genesis, chapter 48 and 5.
So that is the adoption for the Northern Kingdom, all right? So don't let none of these black-only Israelites come to you and say that, we're not Israel, man. Because the Most High, he adopted us back in. You know what I'm saying? All right, next.
The book of...
I played that in relationship to what you said earlier. So notice there, he's like kind of got beef with what he calls black-only Israelites. Don't let none of them tell you you're not part of Israel, he's saying. And Ryu says, yes, natives chops armed off. But Ryu, remember the point that Conscious Chicano made, which I'll repeat now, which is, okay, yes, but that's not distinct. It's what he just, there was a good term he brought up. It's a traitless comparison. That's not distinct to Native American folks. I mean, I feel like we're almost going into stereotypes of Europeans there, where it's like, well, these people are especially savage. You know what I'm saying? I almost feel like we're like embracing some old white supremacy motifs when we go down this route. I mean, did the English?
I think what Vocab is doing right here is very disingenuous because it's not about what we're talking about what people are doing about or doing these things. It's about what the Bible says that Gad would be doing. That's the whole point. He's over here. Oh, it's bad for us to try to use stereotypes. No, the whole point is that we're trying to match up what the Bible says that the tribe of Gad will be doing. So when you see people about tearing off the arm and then scalping, there's only very few cultures that do so. Vocab. That's the point. That's not something commonly that everybody in all these nations are just doing these things. That's why you only name one nation only, other than the natives, which are some people in Afghanistan. But hey,
they were kind and gentle with the Native Americans when they defeated them. I mean, I'm just saying, man, come on now. But that one where you see the beef. Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of this pseudoscience too, these arguments is based on stereotypes too.
Totally.
To even say that all indigenous warlike, that's even problematic too. We did go at war with each other at times, but we were also peaceful people as well.
Yeah. And it is fascinating. A lot of the breakdown they do in the Genesis 49 stuff.
Real quick, again, what was the point? What was the point he just made? Oh, we weren't just warring, we were also peaceful. As what? As what you think that Israelites were just nothing but warring and were never peaceful? Like, I don't even get why he just said what he just said, as if he was trying to debunk something. It didn't even make any sense. It's crazy. Yeah, so I guess he has it in his mind that Israelites are just a bunch of violent beasts that just go around killing people or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like if you ain't reading in the Bible, Solomon had a tremendous time of reign of peace.
Because we're going to get into that as well. The Genesis 49 stuff, a lot of it is based upon ethnic stereotypes. So they'll say, well, we know that this group does that. Therefore, this is talking about this tribe. So they're going to start stereotyping, basically, Chicanos, things like that.
You see, and this is why a brother like me will never let shit like this slide. See, what he's trying to do is trying to bring a worldly conversation into the conversation. Malak, does not the Bible, the Old Testament, and even Christ tells us to test the spirits?
Okay.
What would be the purpose of testing spirits?
To see if they line up with the scriptures.
No, I'm talking about spirits, like people. Why are we testing people? We're testing the spirits of people. Why are we doing that?
To see if they agree with the same spirit.
As
they
what?
in one.
As what? No, not just believers, but let's say you bump into a wicked spirit. That's what I'm saying. What's the purpose of us testing spirits?
Good from evil? Yeah, the good from
not
evil,
even just good and evil, right? Not for, of course, for just good and evil, but also to help us identify who our enemies are. That's the whole point.
That's right.
Who's Esau? Who's Moab? Who's Ammon? Who are the Canaanites? This is why the scriptures talks about these nations the way it does. So this is why the Most High said, you got to test the spirits. You got to see these people you're dealing with. Who are they? Nation-wise, spiritual-wise, whether they're wicked or of the light or the darkness, whatever the case may be. We test spirits. But you hear vocab right now basically trying to deny testing spirits and try to say, "Oh, you guys are just being stereotypical, and you guys are just bringing these stereotypes." No, the reason why so-called stereotypes exist is testing spirits. This is why we say when you hear African Americans say, "I am God, I am God," oh, worship me, worship me. That's right there, showing a spirit, what I call a God complex. When you see individuals who have God complex, that's a spirit of a Canaanite. That's what I'm saying. Spirits. That's all it is.
Yeah.
When you have vocab trying to do it slickly.
In that part, in that sense, you know what I mean, my brother? In that sense, I agree with you, brother. Because I mean, you do see a big, you know what I'm saying, part of so-called will be considered. See, the problem is here. How do they separate all the so-called African Americans in here in America? It's so many, and then they all think they just one people, and that's not true. Understand? And when you see a big portion of them being like that Kemet, bro, or when they just saying like, like they God I just had a debate not too long ago with a Moor, face to face, and he over here trying to tell me that he's Elohim. He's making statements like like Elohim. I'm just looking at him like, bro, like you fall in a category, you're a Canaanite. I'm just looking at him like, and I'm over here trying to take the scriptures, letting them know like what he's saying is off. And then he's trying to discredit the Bible. It was real intriguing though. But I understand what you're saying, brother.
And it's funny that you say that because we even remember in the book of Ezekiel 28 when it tells you that even when you're being slain, you're still confessing to be God and godlike. That's what I'm saying. Like you just said, you can meet them in the flesh. You know what I'm saying? And he's talking about, oh, I'm God. And let's say that things turn for the worse. You know what I'm saying, bro? At the end of the day, you bleed just like me, bro. So what happened to all that God talk? That's what people don't understand. And this is why the Ezekiel 28 is very powerful when it comes to exposing that, because right there it's showing you the Most High humbling them. It's like, yo, you guys can claim to be gods all you want, but you're gonna die just like a man.
That can go back to to Esau too, right? In a way, that can go back to like that could be one layer for Edom as well, right? Like how they try to make themselves, you know what I'm saying, self-worship as well. Like when they brought us into captivity, they you could tell by they having us in captivity, they have us like in a way of form of worshiping them. Understand?
Yeah, that's second Ezra. Remember that the heathen, paint the likeness of the judges to be themselves.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying. That's all they did. I wouldn't say worship. I would just say they just paint the likeness of. That's what they did. You know what I'm saying? But people nowadays most people are even awake to that stuff. You don't even have to be in the truth, and a lot, even just non-believers, will be like, "Man, we even know Jesus is not even white." You know what I'm saying? Like people are just coming to just a realization, like, bro. If anything, he looks more Middle Eastern. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be.
Yeah. Hey Vega, you know what? I was on one of Vocab's lives, and he would just keep trying to get at the Israelites. So I just flipped it on him, and I just started showing like scriptures and prophecies. You know what I'm saying? Like the evil. You know what I'm saying? They was doing towards us. And yo, he was erasing all my comments. He was erasing the scriptures and everything I was doing up. So one good thing is if you ever counted them. Just be like, look, okay, you have this fetish with Israel so bad. So just let's see who the enemies of Israel are. Where do you fall in place? You know what I'm saying? Start showing them what they did, how they play prophecy. I'm not just a nation of a color. I'm just let's put that out there. But when you bring that up, yo, he gets very, very, very emotional.
Oh, when you talk about him being,
And I mean, I believe I put that in one of Deacon's videos because I don't even look at Sakari no more. But I believe I put that in one of Deacon videos. I was like, look, man, if y'all gonna, I relayed a message to them. I say, look, if y'all gonna get at vocab, the only thing you gotta do is just show them how they fit prophecy. And I just told them, brother Shalom, you know what I'm saying? Trying to help them out because the simple fact, every time I get on it and get him and throw some things up at him, he always erasing my comments. You know what I'm saying? You know why? Because, and it's true what you say, like how you test the spirits. So when you start bringing up the evil that they did to the native, you're more concerned who the native is, right? Be more concerned who destroyed the natives.
Mm-hmm.
Be more concerned because God says that nation who dealt treacherously with Israel, he should judge. They don't want to hear that. But
yeah, but not even that, man. The things that I take personal, because I believe even in this discussion with this Chicano guy earlier, he was talking about how people were over here 10,000s of years ago, like over, I believe it's like over 10,000 years, and the land bridge and all that other bullshit, right? But then he's a Christian. You know what I would ask him if I was there? I would have been like, okay, so you claim to be a Christian, you claim to believe in Christ, you're here with Vocab Malone. You just said that the natives been over here in the land for over 10,000 years. Sir, do you not know how old Adam is? According to biblical scholars, how old is Adam? No older than 7,000 years. No older.
6,000. Yep, no more than 6,000, 7,000. Yep.
So why, if you claim to be a Christian, you're with these Christians, and you guys are claiming that we have to believe in science? Again, science is teaching that the natives and Africans and all these other people are the beasts of the field because we existed before Adam, and you guys are trying to use science to prove these things? Show me what Christ says there's salvation for the beasts of the field. Because last time I checked, Genesis says that the difference between the beasts of the field and Adam was what? Adam got the breath of what?
Life.
He got the breath of life. And if you're claiming that we're not Adamites, but you're trying to use your science to say that we're not Adamites, you're saying that our people don't have the breath of life, bro. And we don't have the breath of life, then, bro, how does salvation pertain to our people? Then why are you even a Christian, sir? You see, you guys want to keep, you guys think that you guys are smart. You guys claim to be believers in the book. Then you guys go on platforms like this and say these things and act like I'm not going to. That's what I'm saying. These guys can't handle a discussion with me because I'm like, stuff like that, I'm not going to let slide. Explain to that. All right. So if we're not the Israelites, sir, who are we according to the Bible? Why hasn't anybody asked Vocab or them, who are those? Okay, if you're saying okay, the Puerto Ricans, they're not Ephraim. Okay, Vocab, that's fine and dandy. Who are they according to the Bible? Show us them in your tables of nations, in your book. And this is where the problems are going to start. Then you people are going to start realizing the problems of their doctrine. If they can't prove us in their book, then they're calling us pre-Adamites, and we don't have the breath of life. We don't have dominion. But how do we didn't have dominion? But we were over here having dominion over the earth over here for thousands of years.
That's right.
They were in the Eastern
They
Hemisphere.
act like for some reason they
wasn't
believe.
messing with us. Wasn't messing with us over here in the Western Hemisphere. They weren't messing with us. We had dominion. But according to the Bible, only Adamites can have the dominion. So right there, I'm proving that we are Adamites at least. Now, show us what Adamites we are according to the Bible. Vocab Malone and the brother Chicano.
It was crazy as they believe like
science and the Bible at the same time, bro. You guys are, that's where that's where they're gonna lose that argument.
And for some reason, they believe like we just like like we wasn't living well over here. Understand?
Oh yeah, bro. We were just having that discussion with Emac and the other brother the other day, and we were telling them, bro. It was like, bro, we have buildings that were just like almost like better than Rome. You had Spaniards that came over here and said that a lot of our cities look better than the stuff over there back home. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm tired of that stuff, bro. And all those what you call mound builders and all the structures the United States Army tore down, like literally hundreds and hundreds of buildings and whatever the case may be. So don't come here talk about we were fucking savages. We were just living in teepees. No, stop that, bro. We built structures also, bro. Y'all people better stop that nonsense, man. You know what? And this is a powerful point. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. What I was gonna tell you is to Vega is this because of the concept of like replacement theology. This is why they think like this. They try to bring like it up a little bit. Understand?
Liquid Lex Vortex try to clone on you. Hey Lex, bro. Hey Lex. If you could prove that I'm a mamzer, or can you even prove what a mamzer is, then I would listen to you, brother. But you're not really that equipped to have that discussion with me, sir. You know what I'm
saying? Hey Vega, don't even pay no mind to him today, Vega. Don't pay no mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like scripturally, bro.
Off the hook.
Come on, Lex. You know you can't mess with me, bro. Scripturally, you know you
dealing with vocab. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You dealing with vocab. Lex Vortex jumps on that.
Oh, listen, tell you, this isn't Lex. I guess it's a troll, I guess. This isn't Lex.
Okay.
Man. Oh, he's a Negro.
Yeah,
Here we go. He's a Negro only. Okay, I thought he was Lex Vortex.
He's funny though, man. I like Lex Vortex, man.
I
just
I didn't say the word, Daniel. We know that, but the whole point is
look at
that
that
over here. We weren't just savages living in teepees. That was the point. But yeah, man. I thought that was.
Hey, one question. You see how he says that some was more like nomads, always on the move, right?
Yeah.
That goes back to Deuteronomy 2 as well, And I have a book on it on Asiatic on the Middle East, what the Egyptians used to call like the Asiatics, like the Shemitics, understand? And they will say that they're wretched ones, wherever they go, they will be wretched. I got some bywords and proverbs. One of these days, I'm gonna get with you before we can bring it out for some sources from Egypt. So just proving, the way the Shemitics dealt with it has a similarity with us.
So yeah. Let me drop the link one more time. Anybody want to come
on? Go back to you wanna go back to the video, right?
Yeah.
Or it was done.
No, I'm gonna go back to the video. It's like a few minutes more, probably like not even 10 minutes or something like that. I'm gonna let it play. Anybody else want to hop on? They can hop on.
To try to make them Issachar. Here I'm just showing their intro. I'm not playing the sound here in this part because it's actually a very interesting rap song. Maybe I'll play a clip of it, but this is the intro to the Northern Kingdom Prophets video. Just listen to a little audio. It is sped up to 1.25. Check this out. Hey, do you see that? The lizard people stuff? Anyways,
it's funny, let me comment on that. See, let me tell you, I'm into conspiracy theories, but not all of them. Yeah. Actually, there's actually historical aspects to conspiracy theories. Some of that certain people conspired. Conspiracy, it's cultures and everything.
Well, you're cutting in and out a little bit when you speak.
Okay, in a lot
calendar and saying that
200 and their brethren were at
the serpent DM, Mexico and everything. They did certain risks to do with this.
Now listen to what I'm going to tell you, everybody. They use 1 Chronicles 12:32, which says men who understood the times as evidence, because these are the sons of Issachar, that this is talking about Mexicans as Issachar, because the Mayan calendar understood the times. Get it? And now the context of this verse we're about to read is what it's really saying is they understood what was happening in Israel and knew what Israel should do.
Well, actually, it don't even, I think, I believe in Ezra it talks about that as well, right? Right, and Ezra talks about that as well, like the Issachar, they knew like the times when the Most High was gonna and hold still the waters, something like that. Did you ever read that before?
No, I don't think I read about that one. But I would say this though. Let's look at the screen, right? Notice what it says here, though, right? When it says 1 Chronicles 12 and 32, right? It says from Issachar, men who understood the times and knew what Israel should be. 200 what?
I can't see it, but
hold on. Let me just make it a little bigger then. Hold on. Chiefs.
200 chiefs. Wow, yeah.
Now again, vocab. See the whole purpose of why Northern Kingdom Prophet is doing what he's doing is not that I'm using just one scripture to prove it. No, he's lining up scripture to show you the characteristics of a certain tribe and putting them all together, sir. Showing you how the Northern Kingdom or the Issachar, or Gad and all that stuff, and he's putting them all together and the characteristics. This is why you guys, I think that's one thing that they're not getting about that argument, right? But the thing is, so he just read everything about people understanding the times, about, we know that, yes, okay, yeah, the Mayans and Aztecs, they were, they knew the times well and everything like that. But the thing is that he's missing the other part about the 200 chiefs. That's more evidence for Native Americans. Who else was going around calling themselves chiefs? Like, again, these characteristics are lining up with a certain group of people, and we all know who these people are. And it's just like, when I had this discussion with the brother Daniel not too long ago, when we were talking about how many of our Native elders prophesied, saying made beautiful prophecies, right? And I remember, I think even one time Ephraim was here, and we were, showing videos about prophecies of our native elders, right? But the Bible tells you that the Most High only raised up one nation and one nation only to be prophets. And who was that? The Israelites. But we see natives talk about beautiful prophecies and prophecies that have came to pass all the time, especially around the fire. You got to put all this stuff together. That's all I'm saying. And there's beautiful YouTube videos of natives speaking about ancient prophecies and stuff like that have came to pass and things that are still going to come to pass.
Hey, Shalom, Luke. How you doing, brother?
What up, Luke?
Let me. What's up, Luke? So let me just say one thing. Vega. You remember when you brought out that video, right? When I think it was Sons of Thunders and Alazar and kind of the native, the elder chief native, and the elder chief native was saying, like, you know what I'm saying, that he was even confessing we are Israelites, understand? And he was saying that the scriptures was first written over here, and they made copy and they took it towards the east. So so that's an intriguing video that you brought out. I remember that. that time. You on mute, Vega.
I said it was good, Lou.
What's up? What's good with y'all?
Chilling. I know today's your day off. Haha.
Yeah, I got a schedule change. I don't work at the other job no more, so I got a little
Okay.
bit more free time now. Um, Everything's straight though on this end. I'm just getting on one of your lives. I haven't got a chance to watch you in a bit, so I figured I'd come through, see what's going on, see what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Matter of fact, bro. Bro, I think I would have an interesting debate for you, man. I was listening to some brothers the other day, and they was having a discussion about the out of Africa theory, and I know that you don't believe in the out of Africa theory, right?
No, I don't agree with that model.
Okay. Yeah, I think that the brother that was having it, I forgot the brother's name. I'll let you know about it, and I'll text you because I think you two would have a good debate on that topic. It seems like his info was pretty interesting, and I know one time, I believe it was like a few months ago, you were talking about how you didn't believe it. That's why I'm bringing it to you because I remember we were talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, out of Africa theory is pretty much something Darwin brought up when he brought up his theory of evolution through natural selection. He said that we started out in Africa, but before the out of Africa theory, it was the out of Asia theory. And I'm more or less multi-regional theory. You know what I mean? I feel like humankind pretty much started all over the world. So, but yeah, that's just another model. You know what I mean? It's different models in science that certain scientists follow. You know, in that field of academia. So that's just what they consider orthodoxy. And anything outside of that, they would consider heretical. You know what I mean? It would just depend on the evidence, the data, how you put the data in. You know what I mean? But a lot of that shit is just pretty much, you know, them moving the goalposts for certain things. You know what I mean? Like when you find fossils that are older somewhere else that's not Africa, all they do is change the date to the migrations out of Africa. They don't really, that's all they really do. And they brush everything else under the rug. So, people got to understand the differences between models and bias and things of that nature and authority. And that's why I don't really go by authority. I just go by the merit of the information, so.
Word. Shalom, Ross.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so I just got this my camera I had this desktop turned on, but I didn't have the camera on, so I ain't gonna waste time on trying to fix that. I just wanted to just jump on. I'm pretty much familiar with a lot of the camps out there for quite some time, but I've never went on the live directly, until now. So, but basically, there's two things I just wanted to say. As far as I'm not that vocab dude, it's just a lot of brothers out there, whether they're in the truth or not, or they're just Christians. A lot of them are well studied in the verses. They could spit out verses, you know, just like a lot of our brothers in the camps do. But when they get out of the book, you know what I'm saying, when they get out of the Bible, they're pretty much just they just lost. And what I mean is just by what he said on the last clip you put on him, he's talking about that the camps say that Mexico is part of the Issachar tribe, and then he says that the reason why is because we are familiar with the Mayan calendar. I mean, there's two different calendars. The Maya has their calendar, and the Nahuas had their calendars. Two different things. So that right there alone exposes that he doesn't know what he's talking about as far as native history, you know. And but that was just a side thing I wanted to mention because there was a comment where I can't see when I'm actually on the live, or one of the brothers there named Daniel, I think, says that a lot of the native history or legends or whatever you want to call it is not, it's like it's not biblical. but you can extract a lot of things, but just in pieces. And what I mean by that, for instance, that immaculately conceived concept, Huitzilopochtli was supposedly born. He was the war god. He was one of the temples above El Templo Mayor. It was Tlaloc and Huitzilopochtli. And he was supposedly conceived immaculately, saying with his mother, Coatlicue, which takes after the Virgin of Guadalupe or La Guadalupana, whatever you call it. So there's a lot of relations, a lot of, saying dots you can connect there. And as far as just the calendar itself, when you have the four suns, saying you have the deluge and the first sun, and there's a lot of little things that we have to pretty much get into, I guess, to try to extract whatever we can, as far as the relationship with biblical, concepts or stories. And my thing, as far as the codis, for instance, I'm Mexican, I was raised in the shy. But my thing is that I am more familiar with Mexican history as far as Native Americans compared to a lot of Peruvians. I've read some of those books, but not as extensively as I have with our natives legends in Mexico. But my concept is, as far as the codices, is just, even though we might not have writing or letter system, is similar to a lot of the visions the prophets had in the Bible. They had visions, they were, but the thing is, the prophets on this side of the world basically drew them. Colors were very sacred when they were, saying, creating these codices. But the thing is, it's the same concept. They had visions, in dreams, or I don't know, I guess whenever, if they were under the influence of some peyote or whatever the case may be, when they get visions, it's still the same. They're getting that, saying, through the Most High. But
So, brother Ross, do you believe in the Bible?
definitely 100%.
Hey, hey Malak, do you know that scripture where it says that he only raised us to be prophets?
No, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I can keep talking till I find it.
Oh, I thought, well, there's a lot of things that we need to bring out as far as our own native history, saying, to the forefront, because it's been neglected a lot. And I know everybody wants to take precedence with the Bible, which it does, of course, but to be able to create that bridge between, saying, this our history and the Bible. I know there's a lot of camps out there that say that a lot of Native Americans want to draw away from it because of the conquest, and they brought Christianity and whatnot, but that's prophecy. And actually, it's been prophesied within our own native, saying, legends as well. So we have to just build that bridge. It's just like when I think the third emperor of the Aztecs, the Aztecs is just one tribe out of it was just one tribe out of the whole nation. So is everybody focuses on Aztecs. All of Mexico was not all Aztecs. There were millions of tribes here. But the thing is, the third emperor in the Aztec Empire was named Tizoc, I believe. I'm not sure if he's the third or the fourth, but he ended up burning the records as soon as he came into office. And for the same reason of all this whitewash that Esau has been doing, saying, against the true Israelites, our own people has been doing the same, because even the Aztecs knew that we were stewards to the throne. And we could, I'm not sure exactly, I never really dwelt on the significance of that, but the Aztecs themselves knew that we were there just as temporary, saying, or holding down the throne for the man before Quetzalcoatl, as you want to call it, if you want to call him that, saying, on his second arrival or on his first arrival, whatever line of reasoning you want to take from the codices.
Ross, give me 1 second, brother.
Yeah.
Amos chapter 10 and verse 11 says, I brought you up from the land of Mizraim and led you 40 years through the wilderness to possess the land of the Amorites. And verse 11 says, I raised up some of your sons as prophets and some of your young men as Nazarite. Not so, or you children of Israel, declare Yahweh. Was that the verse, Vega?
Yeah, that was Amos 2:11, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Con. No, but you can go ahead, brother. You keep going. With your
Want
saying.
to, yeah. You want to break it down to the brother? You want to explain it to the brother?
No, I already did. I said that the Most High only raised up the children of Israel to be prophets, and this is how we even use these arguments to for against the Muslims with their Muhammad, who's an Ishmaelite. You know what I'm saying? These are just scriptures we would use to basically use to show them that the Most High only raised the Most High only raised the Israelites to be prophets and Nazarites.
Hey, Shalom, Vega. Let me say something to Yeshaya if you don't mind.
You know,
Yeshaya Issachar, he had a dialogue with Kunalawa about this mushroom and bread of manna, and the Kunalawa explained it to him real good. Cause
was it like a
I
live
seen
discussion?
the post.
It was a live discussion.
It was on a post. No, it was on a post. But he explained it to him, and I seen that he really showed him. And Yeshaya, he just comment speaking about mushrooms again. I'm like, I mean, if you in a comment, right? If you like engaging with someone who knows the Torah real good, and they break down the manna, and you know what, and if they really debunk you or explain it to you perfectly, the only purpose I can see, I'm not speaking bad about this brother. I'm just have to bring this out. The only purpose I can see when these brothers keep on continue talking about mushrooms and like getting high is only because they're I'm not saying him, but they just addicts, man. And they bringing that to Israel, man. They need to repent, man. So my bad, my brother. I just had to bring that up. You know what I'm saying? Because he just brought it up again. And I'm like, come on, man. Stop trying to get Israel, you know what I'm saying, on some other stuff, man. Let's keep this scripture or let's talk about information. You thinking about mushrooms, I'll tag you, Yeshaya. You act like you don't remember. I'll tag you. Don't worry about it. Just come on, brother. We talking about the Bible. We talking about history. You know about you come over here talking about some more mushrooms, man. Come on.
it was good, brother Daniel.
What's going on, brother?
Chilling. What you thought about that debate? What you thought about that debate? What was it, Yashar against Craig?
Oh, I missed it, bro. I totally missed it, man.
I thought you
Was
were
it
a
a?
judge.
Oh, which are you talking about? Was it about the Taino one?
Yeah, with Craig
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. I was a judge. I was a judge on that one. Yeah, I thought Craig wasn't ready for that debate, bro. I think the other guy was. He was ready, bro. The other guy was. I didn't get nothing. No good information from that other guy. Tell you the truth, it was more like he was comparing like Tainos with other tribes from Africa, and that's all I took from him. I thought the other brother was very on point.
tell,
He
tell
proved his
everybody
point.
real quick what the debate was about.
The debate was about were the Tainos civilized people or savages, you know.
Where
So
where could they find that debate at?
I think was in I don't remember what it was. I think it was Dan, you might be able to tell me better, bro.
Was it under Eric's? I don't know if it was
No, it
under.
was under that one sister,
Oh, Avery.
Avery. Yeah, yeah.
Information Age.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I think so if anybody's interested, you can go on Information Age. I think that's a YouTube. Yeah, it's a YouTube channel. Information Age. You can check that sister out. She and Emacs been recording a lot of discussions we've been having. But there was a debate. It was like last weekend, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you guys go check it out. It was good. I mean, I like how the brother defended the Tainos. It was, you know, On point. Yeah, but I don't know who was out here talking about the mechicas, Huitzilopochtli and stuff like that. And I just wanted to like clarify some things he said about Huitzilopochtli being born as a immaculate conception. My question would be like, where did he get that information from?
I go see you to the brother Ross.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we,
Oh,
yeah,
my
we.
bad. I'm over here thinking I'm at work. I'll be doing at home. I'm over here multitasking. My bad. But for your question, but there's a lot of lines, or how should I put this? Historical lines you could take, or roads. There's many that are saying that he was actually one person a real live person. Others are, and as far as I don't know what book that is, I could look that up for you. As far as when Coatlicue is that mother goddess, right?
You talk about Tonantzin is
Oh,
actually the
that
mother
right.
Earth.
Well, most of those ancient gods had multiple names, but yes, Tonatzin was the mother goddess, but it was actually Coatlicue. You know that double serpent, that double-headed serpent statue, that monstrous thing that you see. Basically, that's her. And at the base, they got a body all chopped up. But basically, the legend, there is a legend. You can look it up online now if you want. I don't know. Let me see if I
Are you
can
saying that
find.
that she was a double-headed serpent?
No, well, she has a lot of images. Coatlicue, she's even you could relate it to La Virgen de Guadalupe. You know, what I'm saying even that is false. But anyway, the point is, the story is that she was sweeping the temple, and then the feather fell down, from the sky, and she got pregnant. And and then it was supposedly conceived within, I don't know, days or hours. I haven't read that legend because it was like or that book in a long time. But as soon as he was born, he I guess there was like a speedy process that needed to be, saying in that storyline, because he had to kill his siblings. It's basically the all these is space related to the stars in the heavens. It's like, in the sense, is because there's a constellation of 400 that was his siblings, brothers and sisters. So one of them was a female that was in charge, or the oldest, or whatever, the one that she was in charge of all the other 400. But as soon as he was born, because all the 400 children were going to go kill Coatlicue for having him. I don't know why, or I didn't look into the reasons behind that, as far as the religious aspect of it. And but as soon as he was born, he he went into war and he killed all his siblings because they were trying to kill his mom for having him. But there is a legend as far as him being conceived, but that's just, I don't know if that was a story they told their children, those, as far as the natives. But then you go back and now into scholarly work, you can look up in the book of there's a 4 or 5 volume book in the Historia a través de los siglos de México, and you can actually, I don't know if I could pass them through you here, or if possible. Anyway, you'll be able to see as far as how they brought Huitzilopochtli when they migrated out of Aztlan, because they were the last tribes that leave Aztlan, and they supposedly related, as far as the interpreters or the scholars will say, that they relate that as far as Israel going into the promised land, because Huitzilopochtli, they carried them in a sack, but there were 4 priests that were supposed to be, I don't know, in some type of formation when they were, migrating.
You
But
see, that's the thing, bro. That shit sounds like straight out of the Bible,
right.
and that's what we got to be careful with. What sources you're reading it from, who's telling these stories. They could probably be historians are biased towards the Bible and want to harmonize the creation stories of the Mexica or the figures as some type of biblical stories, but I've never heard of that story that you brought out. Like, this is the first time you're hearing that. I had a different interpretation of Huitzilopochtli.
Right.
He was actually one of
The war god,
one of the
the patron god.
Tezcatlipoca. Do you know what Tezcatlipocas are?
Tezcatlipoca.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's basically there was Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca. Tezcatlipoca is the broken mirror, or the obsidian mirror god. He was basically the, if you want to call it, the bad aspect of personality traits or human nature.
Tezcatlipoca's are literally the four elements, the four directions, right? And in each one of these persons will be Huitzilopochtli, Quetzalcoatl, Cipitotec, and Tezcatlipoca himself, right? Well, these each one of them represents a color, you know,
Right,
and
color in favor.
Tezcatlipoca represents black, the smoky mirror, of course. Quetzalcoatl
There
represents
you
the
go.
red. You know, Cipitotec represents the white, and
Right.
Huitzilopochtli represents the yellow. And these each one of them are represented as either earth, fire, wind, and water. And according to like the stories of the communities, it's these were created by Omesiqualt and Omesiculti, and the 13th level of creation will be Omeyocan. And
Right.
so they're the ones that created these four figures that we're speaking here,
Or
Huitzilopochtli,
siblings. They were all
Quetzalcoatl,
siblings.
and Tezcatlipoca, and Cipitotec. So when I hear like something like virgin conception, is that's like biblical shit, bro. And I don't know, man. That's not
I
even
hear what
being
you're saying.
taught.
I hear what you're saying as far as people trying to stretch things to kind of relate it to it, but obviously, for one, I was listening to an old lecture from I don't forget how to pronounce his name, but the brother was talking about a lot of those ancient biblical pagan gods that Israel fell off to, like Tammuz and Ashtar and Dumuzi, and they're all related. And they relate that to the image of or the Christ idol, however he was calling it. But basically, I'm trying to, for instance, in that aspect, when I was speaking about the soul, when he buried when they were, I'm sorry, now even with Huitzilopochtli, when they were in that pilgrimage, I forget where in Mexico that they held off, or they pretty much were resting, but when the interpreters of that codex, there's again interpretation based on whoever you're reading at the moment, but on that source, on the same book, even on the siglo a través de los siglos de Mexico, it's even mentioned there as well how it was a conflict, a spiritual conflict, and they had end up there was between the human sacrifices, and supposedly I don't know if he was killed or was sacrificed or based on this dispute or whatever, but that he was buried under a tree, similar to a lot of the characteristics. Because if we came from the Assyrian Babylonian captivity, I know that we're not coming with an empty brain. We are coming with a lot of the ancient customs of Babylon, and they say that the Torah was destroyed during that time, so a lot Israel fell. So we were practicing a lot of the pagan and heathen, same religious
So,
practices. So
so
when
you
we
so you
came here,
believe in the sacrifice? You believe that our people was doing sacrifices?
well, my point is not that. My point is this: is that we came here to the Americas with just that same type of pagan worship, and whether we deviated from what they already knew or created a new, because it's all related to the host of heavens, based on Tammuz and or Ashtar and the so-called Huatlicue or Tonantzin, however you want to call it, is all based on religion of the stars, and that's why a
Yeah,
lot.
but you know what? The Aztecs didn't even have a name for God. Like they didn't even have a concept of a God.
They
Like
the closest to it is el the is Ya el Ya Yaol Yao. How do you pronounce that? It's the fourth movement. What's that term related to the form Yaotl? Yaotl is the source of movement, but it's basically that was the closest thing that I understand what you're saying.
but there's not even no word like that in Nahuatl.
Yaotl
There's no
Y
ya
Y A
ya.
Ya is YAO, and I guess based on the prefix, depending on how you're using it with reverence or just abstract, was Yaotl. Let me see if I don't know if it's
You're probably trying to say Teolt, Teolt, Teolt. That's the closest we have in Nahuatl to symbolize a creator. It's Teolt. But even if we go there, there's issues with trying to make it sound like it's a god like from the
Hey,
Bible.
well, I'm
Because
not saying it's
brother,
a
let me say
god.
something real quick, brother.
Uh-huh.
Let me interrupt. Y'all having a great dialogue. I just want to say something. I got a book. I'm about to go get a source that shows you that they call them like the way you was explaining them, Yahweh or Yahuwah. So I'm gonna go to get that source. right now as you brothers keep on dialoguing, but I just want to know that they was calling on the Almighty according to the Hebrew word.
You know what? As a matter of
No,
fact, by you mentioning that, I have the three. I know back in the day, I was trying to learn Nahuatl, and I got a lot of good books on that on trying, which I never really followed through. But let me see. I know they have a dictionary in there. Let me see if one of those.
the Mexica creation story. I would like to hear the Mexica creation story from either one of you brothers, because that's very important. You know, if you don't know the creation stories, then how are you going to link it to the Bible creation stories?
Well, I don't believe anybody here is Mexican except the brother Ross.
Yeah, so the brother Ross, if you could explain to everybody the creation story of the Mexicas and compare it to the Bible, then I'll listen.
Well, see, the thing is, well, I guess it's I've been studying a lot of you brothers out there, from all sides because I'm looking for the truth, not so much, trying to relate to a camp. I'm trying to, saying truth. There's only one truth. The divisions are caused by man. So I like to hear a lot of the brothers. My point being is that I know a lot of the verses, but saying, or the concepts of what I want to say, but I just don't know the verses like I know lit, saying, like, it's because I come from a background from like many of you brothers, saying, that are just from the streets, saying, or some of them are not, but a majority, I would say, they do come from the streets. And I'm from Chicago, so Chicago, or I was from Chicago, and I left all that alone and whatnot. But anyway, my point is that we were raised with a lot of literature, gang literature. And so we know we could spit law, we could spit prayers and whatnot based on our street, whatever, lost beliefs we may have. But I wish I could spit that Bible like that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that point. But my point is that I could, at the top of my head, I don't. I would. The point I wanted to bring that out is that there's a verse where it says that you gotta prove what you say, right? And but my intention here at any moment, and at the moment, I think I could hold a dialogue in that sense. But if it's something that's gonna, I'm not saying all the legends are, and I'm not going to stretch out something I don't know yet because I'm actually working on that. But I am going to build that bridge. So, because a lot of and I guess the main premise for me would be that is just that those visions and with those brothers that were writing those codices is inspired. As a lot of the brothers say that in Timothy, where they say even those that are preaching falsely and or wrong, they're still promoting, saying the Most High or searching for the Creator. So even though a lot of those brothers in ancient times are pagans, because they were pagans. I'm not trying to say that they were worshiping, saying Yahweh, saying, or maybe in their minds they thought they were, but there's
Well,
something that
brother,
needs to be looked into.
shalom, brother. Let me say something real quick. Let me show you guys something. This book is called A Star in the West, right? A
Oh,
Star
that's
in the
single ass
West.
book, bro. Come on.
The Star of the West. That's
I
the one where
got
they.
listen, hold up before
Uh-huh.
someone even comment. The Star of the book, the Star of the West is they have primary sources. So they just using another source, just like I have many other books to say the same thing, brother. So just let me prove my point. If brothers don't feel like, it's as accurate because they do use other sources, which I can show you in the back as well. Understand? I'm just trying to prove a point about the name, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is not one book that is written by one person. It's a humble attempt to discover the lost 10 tribes of Israel, and they return to their beloved city. All right, it's talking here about the natives, and it's talking about that Adia. Now we know that Adia wrote many commentaries, and many sources use Adia. It says a writer Adia who had the best opportunity to know the true idiom of their languages. Y'all can hear?
Yeah.
Oh, hold up. It says a writer Adia who had the best opportunity to know the true idiom of their language by residence among them for 40 years has taken a great pain to show the similarities of the Hebrew with the Indian language. When we skip down a little bit more down, it says, to this day are purely Hebrew. Now, when we was talking about the name, let me get that for you real quick. It says, "Oh hey ah, oh ya hey, ya hey." They use plain. Listen, they use on page 105. They use plainly religious emblems of the divine name Yohewah, or Yah, and many
But
times
what?
they
Hey,
screamed out
Malak.
Hallelujah. Yeah.
What tribe is it? Is that speaking about right now?
Oh no, this is talking about the regular American Indians.
Oh, okay. I think the brothers were talking
about Mexica, the Aztecs. You see, that's the thing. You know, like
I got some of them Aztecs too. I'll get it now too. Give me some.
listen, brother. I have that book too, brother. I read that book from front to back, bro. And it never tells you a specific tribe. What tribe said that? And that's the issue I have, you know.
Not identifying.
If you could tell me what tribe said that, you know, it'll be great.
Because there's a lot of Native American tribes. You got North American Native American tribes. You got the Central American Native American. You know what I mean? South Native Americans. So it's kind of like, you dig what I'm saying? Everybody don't believe the same. So
Next time,
let me ask a question real quick to the panel. Do y'all all believe that all the natives was one people, or y'all just believe they are separate people? As far as the two brothers who keep talking about the Aztecs and just want so much proof on the Aztecs only.
if they were all the same people, no, I believe some of them, yeah, we were some related to each other, but not the same, like in culture and in creation story beliefs and stuff like that. We have very similarities with each other, but I cannot say that the Aztecs and the Navajos were in the same as in beliefs and traditions. There were similarities. We might have the same essence. Like for like we consider prayer would be dancing. You know, all tribes have that. You know?
Hey, Daniel, let me ask you a question.
I don't think he's asking about customs. I think he's asking you, do you consider them to be like the same people, meaning like the same race? I think that's what he's basically saying.
Yeah.
Oh, we're the same race.
And let me just add into what the brother was saying right now, Vega, real quick. Daniel, the natives from Yucatan, who would you consider them to be?
What do you mean? What I consider them to be? Just indigenous people?
No. What I'm saying is, would you consider them to be Aztecs, Mayans, who?
No, the people in the Yucatan area were Mayas.
Okay, so did you believe that the people from Yucatan originated there, or do you believe that they came from the Middle East?
No, I believe. See, there's two ways to look at this. You could look at what the culture says about their creation stories, and you could look at it in a scientific way, right? But according to their stories, you know, they were created here, and so much like.
What's that, Balak?
This is Fria Diego de Lande, Yucatan, before and after the conquest. On page 8, it says, some of the men of Yucatan say that they have heard from their ancestors that this country was a people by a certain race who came from the east, whom God delivered by opening for them the 12 roads through the sea. If this is true, all the inhabitants of the ND must be of a Jewish descent. And this is
who was friar? What is the definition of a friar?
What you mean a friar? This is Fria Diego.
Yeah, but what is the definition of a friar?
You tell me. I mean, I don't get your point.
Isn't that a guy like a priest?
That was a priest. Now let me explain something real quick before you even say something. This priest was one of the first priests that came, and when they started conquering, Yucatan, and all these places. Now he himself was with them and learning their languages and their true customs. Now he took the proper information back, and he fed the world with misinformation that they was worshiping many other gods and many other stuff, which was actually not true.
Okay, is there Maya people today, sir?
Yes, Maya people today, just like his Aztec, brother.
Do they?
What are you talking about? Like,
No, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute.
Hold on, wait,
Wait,
hold on. Okay, calm down. All right, go ahead, Daniel, speak.
I said, is there Maya people today? He said yes. And my next question is, do they still practice their culture and know their language?
Okay, how about this?
It
How about this,
depends,
Daniel?
my brother.
I'll put it like this. Daniel, the source that that Malak just pulled out, right? Diego or whatever. The purpose is this. He's saying that according to that book, he's saying that the people that he encountered over here, he witnessed them doing Israelite traits or calling themselves Israelites, whatever the case may be, right? The point is this. Even at that time, Malak, do you have a date? The date around that time he made that claim?
Yeah, I can look it up if you give me a few, brother.
All right, cool. But we see people in the 16, 17, 1800s, right? Of these Europeans, right? Claiming that we're the Northern Kingdom, right? Daniel?
Fucking
These Europeans, right? These Europeans, these friars, these Europeans are basically are saying these things, right?
Right.
The point is this, Daniel. Why are they saying these things if they already knew where what you call the Northern Kingdom was already at? Unless you're saying that there's still more people to be discovered on this earth. Because
1549, brother.
According to these people, all these people were already discovered, right? But you know this for a fact that we were over here on the Western Hemisphere by ourselves for thousands of years, uncontacted by the majority from over there, right?
Right.
So wouldn't it make sense that when you start reading why these friars are saying these things, why? Because they're still looking for this lost people. That's the whole point. The whole Eastern Hemisphere was already was inhabited, and they knew almost all those countries over there.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying, sir, but my thing is the information should come from the community itself, not from biased friars that have a biblical mindset. Everything they see has to be linked to the Bible, So I don't really take that.
But again, that's their That's their paradox, though, Daniel.
Yeah, but
they have to explain whether they're Christian, Jew, or whatever the case may be. Now they have to back up their Torah. That's what I'm saying. So when I hear people like you making this argument, it's like you're basically saying that we're pre-Adamites. And again, I want you to be very careful about what we're saying here, because if what you're saying here is true, right? Because this is why I really don't pay attention to science or agree with science, because according to the biblical narrative, we were just talking about this earlier. According to the biblical narrative, how old is Adam? He only goes back no further than 6,000-7,000 years, correct?
I guess.
Judging if all that information is accurate or not. That's the whole thing.
I don't know, bro. I'm not gonna say yes or no because I really don't know.
Okay, I would say most biblical scholars would say that the time of Adam goes back anywhere no further than 7,000 years, right? Now, when you have try to use science and try to explain how Africans and Negroes DNA goes back to 200 and something thousand years, right? And then you said, I remember you brought us some information saying that there's fossils that are over here in the Americas 20,000 years or 10,000 years or something like that.
Right.
Okay, stuff like that. So what you're saying, when you start bringing the science into it, you're basically saying that we're not even Adamites. Now, the difference between pre-Adamite
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
The difference between a pre-Adamite and an Adamite is what? The Adamite got the breath of God. I mean, the breath of life. So when you guys try to bring science into this conversation, you're basically telling Christians and Jews, whatever the case may be, that these certain people are Peace of the field, no salvation. I don't see anywhere about no salvation for the peace of the field. How can you have salvation when you don't even have the breath of life?
Yeah, but that's not Daniel. That's not Daniel's authority. You know what I'm saying? The Bible's not his authority, so he doesn't. He's not gonna look at it from that perspective. That's your authority, so you look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? But I see. I think the misconception here is like what pre-Adamite says, because an Adamite is an earthling, pinpoint blank. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the concept of the pre-Adamite, I don't really understand. I just think you have Adamites, and then you have the children of Cain. They were the ones that were evil. You know what I mean? They're the ones that
I would say pre-Adamites are basically like almost like cavemen or whatever the case may be, bro.
Okay, brothers, listen to this. Okay, I hear what you're saying, Jose, but like the brother answered, it was a great answer because I was just what I was thinking, you know. But let's play along. So
can I just mention something before you? Apologies for interrupting right quick.
Go ahead.
Before I end up losing my thought on it, because as far as the question, as far as Native Americans being one people, I think that we get lost in the details sometimes. We have to raise our head and look, hover over whatever you need to try to get an over panoramic view, right? And what I mean is because you mentioned that the Apaches and the Nahuatl people, because Nahuatl was a lot of tribes, not just Aztecs. So it was just Nahuatl is just basically related to the word, the language. But anyway, now you're saying that they're not the same. I mean, I believe they are the same. Native Americans, as far as yes, we are one people, and there are some distinctions, of course, like anything, there's always an exception. But my point is this: you're saying that they're not the same people because they have different customs, different religious beliefs, which they do. But during the pilgrimage, there's evolution during that travel. Some things are left behind, some things are accumulated, some new things come or new revelations come to them. But my point to hit to the heart of this is that even between the Aztec nation themselves, the Mexicas, saying the Aztecs were the last ones to come out of Aztlan, out of the 7 caves. What was it called? The Shimoto cave or whatever it's called. They were the last one to leave, and so they migrated for a long time. And my point is, they and as I was mentioning, when they parted ways, some of them remained in one place, and others pursued. Those that still have that belief that they have to find that promised land. But my point is this: when they hit the lake over by Texcoco, they were outcast even by their own people. And even their own people didn't have the same religious beliefs because we're all lost. We're all pigs. We're in a new land. We're discovering new lands. And then, so they're evolving. So when they hit Texcoco, who was that? I forget the name of those. The first one, there was a few tribes. They kicked them out. They threw them out to the marshes. Say, okay, that's a no man's land. You could have that. So there were humildes or whatever. They say, okay, that's all we can get. So they stood there, right, in the marshes, and they built on that. When they made that alliance with, I don't know if you could probably help me with the name of that tribe, that they married one of their princes to one of the princes.
Well, the Toscanos, the Toscanos, I know what you're talking about.
Or some to that effect. But they married one of the daughters to one of the princes of Los Aztecs to make an alliance, since they're going to be the new kids on the block, so to speak.
Talking about the triple alliance.
You know what I'm saying? And then what did they with the Aztecs do? That even their own brothers, because they were all their brothers, there was the ones that actually left Aztlan before the Aztecs. You know what I'm saying? What did they do? They cut off all her flesh, you know what I'm saying, and put it on as a garment. There was a religious perspective. And even their brothers, you know what I'm saying, what the heck? Because they went into I guess into the ceremony, and then the Aztecs came in all proud, like we're gonna be one type thing. And then so they come in dancing with his daughter's flesh all over this guy's body, and they're like, what kind of demonic or whatever, another term you want to use, you know what I'm saying, that they were just horrified. So they kicked the Aztecs out. They know they were killing them, and they bounced and they kicked them out the land again, because they're like, what kind of shit you practicing? So my point is that all the tribes that were around that area were still part of the Aztec, because there were more than just one tribes that made the Mexicas. The Aztecs were just the only last ones coming out, but they're all one people, and they war against each other, and then they stood separate throughout the whole time after they pretty much dominated at one point the Aztecs when they.
No, I do agree to a certain extent that we are all related. We obviously share the same haplogroups when it comes to science, right? So I do believe that we are related in some type of way, but I respectively will have to like respect each tribe's culture and each tribe's creation stories. You know, I cannot assimilate the Mexica creation stories with the Navajo creation stories, you know, because they have their own. And so when I say we're different, I mean that in that
Well,
Hey,
sense.
Danielle,
We're
Danielle, let me
different.
say something real quick. Danielle, hold on. Let me say something real quick. Well, you see that you know, I have proof that the Navajos, I have proof, right, of many other native tribes different, you know, and they all states that they come from the Middle East. This is what we're trying to say. So when you know, a lot of times, Daniel, when you say that we just trying to, our narrative is just pushing the Bible, pushing the Bible, pushing the Bible. That's not the case, brother. You got a lot of brothers who know this. And don't think your source is the only source, brother. And it's good that you come out here, express yourself, my brother, and we love you for that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to state to you that many of the other sources, many other natives, no matter what they came from the Maya or the Aztecs, or even from the Tainos, they have many testimonies stating that they all came from the Middle East.
But does their DNA say that though? That's the whole thing. That's
I
science.
mean, it can vary, like what the brother was saying. You
I,
know,
I mean,
by Dominic,
when you
if
say
And
the
yes,
Navajos,
I would say yes. You can find the DNA in throughout the Middle East also.
listen, listen,
I
listen.
was having that discussion with the brother Jay Shub and what was it? Was it Avery or something like that? And you know, we were talking about DNA, and they basically their excuse of why Native American DNA would be in the Levant area came in later around like Genghis Khan and stuff like that. That's what Avery and them were trying to explain.
Okay, but my question now, since the brother made a statement that the Navajos say that they come from the Middle East, so like, could you source me a Navajo saying that they came from the Middle East? The creation story
yeah,
is
yeah, my brother,
telling
if
us
you,
that they came from the Middle East.
yeah, my brother, if what is your Facebook page, my brother? If you don't mind me saying, actually, is it the same name?
Uh, you could look me up, Daniel Yepes Singing Bear.
Okay, all right. I'll look for you, brother, and I'll face you, and I'll get the source, okay? Because I have it on, and like I'm on the phone now, I can't get it, but I'll get it for you, my brother. I promise, okay?
All right, that's cool. I appreciate that.
Hey, shalom, shalom,
Oh,
shalom,
there he is. All right, well,
shalom,
see
Vega,
Northern
shalom,
Kingdom.
Vega.
Shalom.
Salute to
Prophet,
brother
shalom, brother.
Nato, shalom, Malak, shalom, Lushu, Daniel. I wanted to just address our brother Ross, bro. He talking about building a bridge. Let me help you. Let me help you with that bridge, homie. And you know, I wanna work with you, cause I like what you're putting out there, that brother Ross. How do I get a hold of you, or how do you wanna
He said this is his first time ever coming on a live on a
Well, hey
on.
yo, he you know, he dropped some fire just a little bit of time he been on here, man. I like what he's putting down. You know what I'm saying? So if there's a way I could get a hold of him and you know, build with that brother, because I like how he's connecting the dots, man.
There's my email. I have multiple, but the one out, the public one is malo t 2416 at Gmail.
Malo T
Yeah, Tom.
as in Tomas 2416.
Yeah, Gmail. But honestly, I've been working on this for a good 10 years, and I always been thinking I'm gonna finish, but I think this is the year. I'm at that point where I'm actually at the very edge of the bridge that I'm actually brought all my sources out. Anyway, my point is I'm working on a book that I'm gonna build that bridge, at least not just so much for camps, or I'm doing that for me and my kids. I don't want them to be deceived by no falsehoods. So I'm trying to get everything that's out there, and then whatever the spirit leads me, I'm gonna saying put it in a book, and then that's for me and my kids. But obviously I'm gonna throw it out there to the public as well. So it's just not for lucrative means or none of that. That's just for enlightenment. But yeah, definitely I could use some help because
It definitely. Hey Ross, I wanted to say something real quick before someone else jump on it. Exactly what you say, bridging that belt. And you say you'll be leading by the Spirit, man. That's amazing, brother. Just for you to even think that way, I just want to say, man, I congratulate you with that. All right, and it's a beautiful thing that the Northern Kingdom Prophet got on there real quick and reached out to you. because that's the spirit moving, right? And another thing is Northern Kingdom Prophet. If you look, have you seen the video, Vega's video, the live from the beginning, Northern Kingdom Prophet?
Yo,
No, right?
Stonewall Vega, you know what I'm saying? Yo, brother Jose Vega, he understand how I be laying it down, you know what I'm saying? So salute to you, brother Vega. And yeah, I seen that. Here's the thing. That video that they're going over is like a 5-year-old video. And I just re-uploaded it to that channel. And I had re-uploaded it to the other channel. You know what I'm saying? So they dealing with it like as if it was yesterday, but that video is really old. You know what I mean? But you know,
Hey, I have a question for Northern Kingdom Prophets. Did you just recently send me a message, bro?
I don't how.
Well, I'm asking because I got a message from Messenger with
No, Daniel, no, that's a fake, bro. I even got the same one too.
I don't deal with that type of thing, bro.
Matter of fact, it's ISUPK who's doing that shit, bro. Matter of fact, I'll show you the proof.
I don't. The only thing I have is YouTube, and then Vega again, bro. He stood up, and somebody was falsifying an account on
Right
YouTube.
here. Right here, I got it right here. Look, watch this. Look at the camera. You see it?
Yeah. That's the one. That's the one.
Hey,
I don't know, bro. And I have him in the back chat on the spam.
I don't know, bro.
I have him on their spam, bro, because I know that's not him.
I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? All I'm trying to do is bring out information in these people's life. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it, bro. They like have time to do this type of shit.
So my thing is when you're trying to lift up the Northern Kingdom, you're trying to lift up the natives as Israelites. Why do we get this hate, man? That makes me think like that's why I be saying like not every single African American is Israelite, that's why I don't agree with that statement. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe like a big portion are Canaanites. You understand? But I believe a big portion are Israelites too. But when natives get together and try to do good for our for our tribe, for our people, it's always some evil ass envy, deceitful thing. And if brothers saying they hold up, if brothers saying that they believe in us, then they will love us. And the ones who do believe in us, they do love us. But the ones who don't, then the spirit is not lining up.
Well, no, brother, I would disagree, bro. Because look, if you go out there, say you go out there and you go to the Navajo tribes, the Apaches, so forth, they're gonna laugh at you, bro. They're gonna feel disrespected by you telling them they're Israelites.
That's biblical.
Daniel, but did you see the purpose? I'm trying to say that they making false accounts on Northern Kingdom the Prophet and on Vega, and these is not Navajos. Let's stick to the subject at hand, though, my brother. I understand what you're saying, though.
Okay, I was gonna ask you guys earlier, since I had a question, but let me see. So if the natives are Israelites and they came here from the sea, who were the first natives to be Israelites? Who were the first ones to be here?
Here's the thing, brothers. I don't know why you always get to come up here and ask all the questions. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, this is my first question, bro.
No, you come up on this channel all the time, and you just be, you know what I'm saying? You always just be coming up here with 1,000 questions, bro. You always sniffing around.
Bro, wait a minute, Jose. Do I always come to your show and ask a bunch of questions?
Hell yeah. I watch Brother Jose. You know what I mean? You always sniffing around the Israelites, huh?
Let him ask questions. Listen to this. Do you guys want me off the panel? Because I'll jump off.
Nah, go ahead, brother.
All right, then there you go, Northern Kingdom Prophet. So just answer the question. If you can't, then you can't.
Who's the first tribes?
Yeah, who could we identify as the first tribes that came here to be Israelites? Because like for example, I noticed you a lot. You use the Mexicas to try to say the Mexicas were Aztecs. The Mexica word is in Hebrew. It means Hamashiach and Wutibu, right? But like the brother was saying over here, the Mexicas were the very last ones. So shouldn't it be more common sense to say who were the first tribes here that were Israelites instead of the Mexicas?
I never said the Mexica was the first.
Again, I never said that you said that, bro. I'm telling you that I noticed you when you try to prove that the natives are Israelites. You seem to always use the Mexicas.
Well,
You
I am
always say, this.
I am
What does
Mexican.
Mexica mean? What is the meaning of Mexica? And then you
Anointed.
go to a Hebrew
Anointed
interpretation.
ones, like
No,
Mashiach.
listen, brother. You always go to a Hebrew interpretation for a Nahuatl word, right? But
There's
what I'm
plenty.
trying to say is that the Mexicas were the last tribes here. Shouldn't
Why do
you
you
go
say
to
that? Why do you say that?
Like, what do you, or Daniel, when you say they were the last tribes here, like, what do you mean? Like, where did they migrate from? That's what I'm saying. Like, are you saying they migrated here from another place last?
Yeah, they were the last Nahuatl group to come out of Aztlan to set an empire. They were the last empire
But they were
in
still in
No,
Aztlan.
Central
I'm
America.
asking where did they migrate from? That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
you said they were
Well,
the
the
last
legend
tribe.
is Aztlan. Aztlan.
Where's
This is
that?
Aztlan, bro.
Where's
Aztlan
that?
goes all the way down to South America, all the way to the top.
You know, most of them people always been there, dog. I don't
No,
really
I'm
know.
asking where you said Aslan is where?
I believe that according to the sources and the stories, there was in North America, somewhere
North
somewhere in
America.
the north,
It goes all the way
somewhere in the
down to
north.
South America, bro. Aztlan.
That what?
It goes all the way down to South America.
No, it doesn't, sir.
Yeah,
No, but,
Aztlan is from the
so
north.
okay, so you talk about migrations in the Americas. I'm talking about when did I thought you were talking about like them coming from like Asia over here to the Americas. Like they were the
No,
last.
the Mexicas said to come from the seven caves, right? Chocomosco, that's where they came from, right? But their stories is that they came from a place called Aztlan, right? And it's supposedly in the north. That's the stories,
What's the
I cannot,
story? That's
I
not the
cannot add
story.
on to it
The
or take
origin
away from it.
story is the 7 caves. That's the origin story. Is the 7 caves. That's as far as you could bring it. And if
No,
you
you
add
cannot.
other,
That's not true. What do you mean? That's
well, bring it out then. Bring out whatever you're trying to say. Bring
Yup.
out what
Bring out your source,
yours.
brother. Yup.
Yeah.
you guys want me to literally tell you the
Can't bring it
creation
past the
story?
7
So
caves.
you're
We
telling
already
okay,
had
wait,
this
so wait,
discussion.
so right now we're asking
listen,
Daniel
listen.
we're asking Daniel to what to read us the creation story of the Mexica.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, but listen, brother. My initial question is being
You can't
ignored.
do it.
Right? What do you mean I can't do it?
Bring it out.
Oh,
Bring it out.
Yeah, but nobody ever answered his initial question. Y'all gotta
Well, he
answer
said,
that.
That's the problem, brother.
I was trying to get. I was actually curious. That's why I was asking what I was asking.
Look, if I tell you
was
the creation story, I'm gonna be here for
what does
fucking
he
hours.
mean by? I was asking him, what does he mean by they
Just
were the
give us
last
origin.
that they were the last people to migrate over here? So that's why I was asking from where, and he said from. He said, I guess he said North America. That was what he said, right?
Right. And my and one of the evidence I have for that.
And you're asking us, and you were asking us, how we can prove that they were Israel because of the migration from North America?
My question was this, brother. My question was this: if the native tribes are Israelites and they came from what would you guys say, Arsareth, across the ocean, well, who were the first tribes right here to be Israelites? Who are they? What tribes? Because there's thousands of tribes. So I want to know.
Azaret is here, brother, not from.
I would say this, brother. I would say in the Book of Mormon, it even talks about when it talks about the northern tribes over here when they first got over here, how they basically split up into many different groups and spread out, and you have Lamanites and you have whatever dark skinned natives or whatever light skinned ones, and it talks about how they just spread out to all throughout. So
okay,
yeah,
so who do we know today to be the oldest tribe in the Americas?
That's a good question.
The oldest tribe?
Yeah, who were the first, the oldest tribe that we know to be here in the Americas?
Isn't that where was that Lucy, where it was like South America or whatever?
No, well, according to like archaeology and everything, it will be the Olmecs. The Olmecs were one of the oldest civilizations to
civilizations. I thought you talked about like the person. My fault. Go ahead.
No, a tribe. Well, they're a nation. They're a tribe. So that's what was my question, and that's why I always like one of the brothers was talking about earlier that everybody wants to talk about the Mexicas, but there was thousands of other tribes, and the Mexicas were the oldest ones, the last ones to set up an empire. So I find it kind of strange that people try to use the Mexicas to be Israelites, when there's thousands of other
Where did
tribes.
they come from, though? You know what I'm saying? Like they were the last ones, but where did they come from? You know what I mean?
They came.
Like
They
they
came
had
from
to
Aslan.
originate somewhere, right? So they had the Empire of Aslan, then, right?
At the end of the day, I put it like this. At the end of the day, like I said, when we get into conversations like this, we're never going to agree because we have a creation story and Daniel has a creation story. That's the whole point.
And that's what I'm saying. The Mexica creation
So
story
we can
is
never come.
nothing like the Bible.
We can never come to an agreement. That's what I'm saying, and that's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm saying. And
understand.
Daniel, and
But
that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying, Daniel. That's why you're kind of beating on the dead horse because if you're trying to have a biblical discussion, you know, saying I would say that you would have to stay in the biblical realm. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
But you
yeah, I
are in
understand. I understand that.
an open panel, so you are allowed to bring out what you want to bring out. But I'm just bringing out to
Yeah, I
the
respect that, brother. I respect you for
and
that. I respect you
for
for
the
that.
viewing audience why, you know, saying it's never going to come into, you know, an agreement.
But
That's all I'm
yeah,
saying.
and I applaud you for that, bro. I respect you for giving me an opportunity to speak. So what all I'm trying to do is, for example, I notice a lot of people using the mexicas a lot. Everybody, for example, I see this in the streets a lot. Can't see a Mexican walking by and they'll be like, "Hey, what's your nationality?" And they'll be like, "Oh, I'm Mexican." Aztec or Spaniard? Oh, well, you know, everybody wants to identify with Aztec. So they're, oh, Aztec. Oh, you're a Mexica. You know what Mexica means in Hebrew? Hamashiach, and all this and this and that. But
The
they
Aztecs
just
were keeping the Levitical priesthood.
ignore all the hundreds and thousands of tribes that were here before the Mexica.
I bring up Mexica because I am Mexica. You know what I'm saying? That's why I study the Mexica and read the Mexica and bring out the information that the Mexica were keeping the Levitical priesthood in the temple.
Okay, so can you tell me about Omeyocan?
What about it?
Tell me what's Omeyocan.
Why? Why do I need to tell you that?
So it's okay to say if you don't know, bro.
What does it matter?
Okay, so it matters because that's part of the creation story of the Mexica.
And bring it out. I've been telling you, bring out whatever you're going to bring out. Quit disguising your statements as a question and just bring it out.
Man, you get hostile, dog, for no reason. Yeah, exactly. This brother has it in for me. That's why I really believe that was that brother sending me those messages, bro.
Me. You got it.
That's why I really believe.
Look, I got a question. It kind of goes back to it. So look, I can see that people think the Arceus is America, this, that, and the third. So when you read it in, I guess the second Esdras, it says they go through Euphrates. I'm trying to understand how the Israelites get over here.
Check it out.
It can't be through the Atlantic Ocean.
I got an answer for you on that. Malak just brought out that book, The Story of the West, right?
Right.
In the first chapter, that brother that wrote that book, he breaks it down how they crossed over the Bering Strait.
How through the Euphrates, though?
No, I'm saying I'll put it like this, brother. Lou, the whole purpose of the chapter that you're talking about is basically about Northern Kingdom, about this vision of Ezra seeing the Northern Kingdom entering the ocean. You know what I'm saying? Through the Euphrates. That's the whole point.
What happened?
But that word Euphrates is Hebrew. Hold on.
Say again, Lou.
Where that be through? That can only be through the Persian Gulf because you're not getting to the Atlantic Ocean or the Mediterranean Sea through the Euphrates.
No, you'll get it. I would say what's under there.
That'd be the Persian Gulf. That's where you have to get spelled out from.
The Euphrates.
I would say they travel. I'll probably this. They traveled down Africa and around the tip of Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but if that book
let me just say this real quick. The word Euphrates, the Hebrews use that for any large body of water, bro.
Nah, bro, the Euphrates is the Euphrates. I know what they're talking about. You're not getting to the Mediterranean Sea. You're not getting to the Atlantic Ocean. The Euphrates. You can get to the Persian Gulf.
Listen, I just heard.
I'll put it like this. Like I said, 2nd Esdras 13 is about them entering the ocean, and not just the ocean, and not just the Euphrates, but also other bodies of water. That's what I'm saying, because even it tells you in the very next verse when it tells about them entering Euphrates, and then it says that the Most High is going to help still the streams and the.
If that be the case, that'd be the Euphrates tributaries, and that still doesn't lead to.
I would say the streams, but the whole point is that it's dealing with multiple bodies of water. But the whole point is that even it was still said that they would be entering an ocean. That's the whole point. wherever the Northern Kingdom went to, they got on ships and went on and entered the ocean. You read that in was it Psalms 107, and you also read that in Zechariah chapter 10.
Well, then the closest thing would be the Black Sea.
I'm saying it don't matter where they enter to, but the point is that to get to this location where never mankind dwelt, according to the narrative, which to me is just pointing directions back to America, which is the promised land. They had to take an ocean to get to this place. You know what I'm saying?
But didn't that book that brother just quoted, that Northern Kingdom just said that book also says that they came through the Bering Strait? Didn't you just say that, Northern Kingdom prophet?
Yeah, it says that in the first chapter. That's
okay. So which one is it?
That's that brother's. Whoever wrote that book, that's his take on it. You know what I'm saying? My point.
Yes.
My point on saying that is there's just more than one time that the Hebrew Israelites had came over here. It wasn't just one wave. You know what I'm saying? It was multiple times.
Have
you guys ever heard of the term?
Daniel, I also think he's also making the point about the Bering Strait. Still people coming from the east, right?
Right. Now my other question would be like, have you guys ever heard of the term Turtle Island?
Yeah.
Okay. Has anybody else heard of the term Turtle Island on here besides Jose?
I mean, I heard of it. Yeah, that's what the Native American. Well, generally speaking, some Native American tribes consider that America, right? Consider, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. And it's part of the creation story. They literally believe they're standing on top of a turtle. That a turtle evolved into land, you know. And if you look at a map of the United States, you could literally put a fucking turtle on there, and the tail will be Mexico. You know, so how are they come from another side of the world if some of their creation stories are created here on Turtle Island?
I'm right with you, Daniel. I don't believe the Native American tribes to be Israelites. You know what I'm saying? What I believe them to be is like spirit brothers to certain tribes or spirit brothers. So you see similarities from being, I guess, in a way, animists. But I'm with you on the sense that they're their own people, because regardless of the Bering Strait crossing, there's already evidence of people already been here. You know what I'm saying? They've already been.
Yeah, that's true. I'm with you on that too.
And if you look at the North American Indians, dog, on some real shit, and the Native Americans from South America, I mean, you could tell, dog. I mean, they have some similarities in their phenotypes, but at the same time, I mean, you could tell the difference between a North American Indian and a South American. Like South American look a little bit more Asiatic.
Hey, Daniel, this is one of the examples that I be talking about, how certain translations make it seem like everything is the Americas, because that's actually what I believe. So, but look right here, Songs of Solomon. Can you read that, or should I make it bigger?
No, you can. Yeah, I could see it.
You can read it. Hold on, it's too big, right? Right. It says, this is Songs of Solomon 2:12, and it says, "The flowers appeared on the earth, and the time of the singing birds is to come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our lands."
Okay, but isn't Songs of Solomon a song?
Yeah, it is a song.
Daniel, let him finish, bro.
But I was just pointing out how you were just talking about how the natives over here call this the turtle, the
Island
turtle, or the Turtle Island, whatever. And I'm just saying how certain scriptures make it seem like it's talking about the Americas, and this is a perfect scripture to speak upon that. That it actually compared. It says that we're listening to the turtle in our land, turtle land, right? You just said this is the
I read what I understood from it is that they hearing turtles in their land. That's what I hear from it. I don't.
They hear the voice of the turtle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I hear they hear the voice of the turtle in our land, right?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Even like spiritually, you already get it. That's what I'm saying. You should be able to get it. So when I read stuff like that, I think that's more testament of
because you think the Americas is
what these translations are basically trying to tell us. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. I just found out when I see scriptures like that, I just find it to be
Does anybody take Josephus' account of Arsaris, like where the Northern Israelites went to, an account? Does anybody believe that?
What does he say?
Yeah, I've never read his writings on that part where he.
Because I don't know if he mentions the land of Arthur.
What book is it? Luke, like Josephus. Like what book of Josephus says it?
I don't remember what book, but you can look it up where the Northern Kingdoms get.
What does he say about it? What does he say about it?
So supposedly he said about that they got scattered to the north in the land of the Medes. So look at that region. What
That's
that would
like
be
what?
considered? Would that be
Turkey,
considered today? Is Armenia?
Armenia.
Arsareth, Armenia, R, and there's something else y'all got to peep about the name R. R or which is URARAUROR, is a word that a lot of people in the Middle East use for the word light. And if you look at the word light in Hebrew, it's OR. Even in Spanish, when we say the word gold, we say oros. Most of us, at least, right? Yeah. So I believe Arsaris is Armenia, not America, because the Euphrates River.
Okay.
If they were going to go up there or whatever,
Let
in the
me ask. Armenia. That's okay. I know where that's at, right? So,
but you look at Armenia, you look at the Scythians, and the Scythians are called the Saké people or Isaac people, and they're known as the sons of Isaac or the house of Isaac.
And there's a lot of Jews out there too.
So you have that, the Scythians, you know what I'm saying? And that's where what happened with the Europeans or what have you, because then they ran into the Druids over there in Iberia and things of that nature. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this then, Louis. So how would you explain like Jews, like I've been saying before, like even as far back as this, we can clearly see that in the Jewish writings. For centuries, even the 16th, 17th, whatever, even to this day, you can even ask some Jews, and they'll tell you that those tribes are still lost to them.
Because because they could just be a bias. They may not want to agree that those people were Northern Kingdom tribes. And you gotta look, the Jews always had a beef with the Northern Kingdom when they came back with the Samaritans, because Samaritans.
And I would say that's still, the stance that we would take.
and you know what too? There's a lot of books, bro. There's a lot of books about the 10 lost tribes, with different cultures. Like there's books on the Japanese being the 10 lost tribes. There's books on some people from the Afghanistan being the 10 lost tribes. There's so many books out there, bro. It's not just about Native Americans,
But then then you got to line it up with the scriptures, brother. This is why, that's why the brother Vega, Northern Kingdom
But
prophet.
he don't have to line it up with the scriptures, though. That's not his authority.
But hear me out. Luke, what I'm trying to say though, before you interrupt me, my brother. And what I'm saying is, this is why the brother Vega, Northern Kingdom prophet, as far as ourselves, we try to line it up with the scriptures. Like there's many information out there stating that everyone or Israel's here, Israel's there, Israel's South Africa. But when you line up mostly all of it, prophecies being fulfilled, then this is how we come to our conclusion. Understand? As far as when other people try to line up their history with prophecies being fulfilled, or where the Northern Kingdom or the Southern Kingdom had to be at towards the end, and it don't relate to that, or even when the scriptures talks about Babylon, understand, being the last kingdom in the Old Testament. And guess what? We know that Iraq don't have no power for nothing. So it's not talking about the ancient Babylon. It's talking about modern Babylon. Understand? It's an allegory for the kingdom who is going to be towards the end. This is how we line up a lot of stuff, towards us, brother. And no disrespect to nobody.
No disrespect to you guys too, but I feel like you guys are trying to learn your indigeneity through the Bible, and I think that's a big error.
I would think I would say I wouldn't say that's not a big error at all, because again, the Bible, I'll say that's the only truth that's coming out on this earth right now, specifically about oppressed people. Because again, like we all know that, yes, there's been many wars, many battles, countries that fought each other, whatever the case may be, people were put under oppression, whatever the case may be. But the thing is that the difference between us and these other nations is that the Chinese still know they're fucking Chinese. They know their language. They know their history. The Japanese, the Vietnamese, the whatever people you want to mention over there, they still know their history. They still know who they are. The Bible talks about certain nations who would not know who they are. They would go through harsh slaveries. And this is why we keep stressing about the Canaanites and the Israelites.
But most Hispanics
But you
and
can't, brother. But the thing is that you can't explain why blacks, Hispanics don't know who they are or know their history or whatever the case may
but
be.
we do know our history. That's the
No,
thing,
brother,
Jose.
no, brother, no, brother, no, the brother, no, you don't, bro. That's the whole point, bro. No, you don't. This is my problem with Native Americans, right, brother? How can you know your fucking history when the Spaniards wrote down exactly what they did to our ancestors to make us forget? The first things they killed were our elders. They burned down our scrolls. They went straight into our temples and burned down the scrolls. All that stuff, brother, and only kept the young to live. Why?
No, but they only
To
did that because
indoctrinate them, brother.
they only
Brother,
listen,
brother,
listen, brother. When
now,
when the
the
Spanish
ones that now
came,
you have, but then you do have certain tribes that did not get conquered by the white man. I'll give you that, but I'm just talking about the ones who did, especially the harshness, the ones that were especially in the islands in South America specifically.
the only tribes that I could say that were really conquered by the Spanish were Inca, the Maya, and the Mexica. They were the only ones that really were conquered by the Spanish, along with the help of other native tribes. So this is I feel like sometimes the story is being told in a biased way, just like the Hebrew One West camps teach it, like, oh, the Spanish man is the white man's the devil. They put the people in slavery and so forth and so forth, right? But I don't feel like the whole story is being told correctly.
It's never
Because
told correctly, dog. It
Yeah,
really
but how
because
you can relate, Daniel? How can you relate that to the Bible when you don't ascribe to the Bible, or do
he's
you?
not trying to.
no, I'm not applying it to the. I'm not saying the white
No,
man
but
is
what
the
I'm saying
devil.
is but you're saying that the Hebrew Israelites say that the white man's the devil and this and that and that, but they're ascribing it. That's how they're ascribing it according to what the Bible says. This is why we're trying to tell you the things
Okay,
that we
okay.
do. Hold
If
up,
the
but
white man
hear
is
me
the
out 1 second,
devil,
my brother. Hear me out 1 second. This is what
well, I
I'm
got
trying to keep telling.
interrupted.
I know, brother. You always interrupted somebody, but let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: the way we are bringing it out, we're lining it up with the source of the scriptures. What ain't no other book in this whole world that gives so much prophecies and everything that lines up with what's happening today in this world.
Okay,
So
okay.
let me finish again. You're interrupting me, brother. Please. So what I'm saying is, when you made that statement that, oh, this is how the black Israelites people said that the white man's the devil, they're lining it up with the scriptures, and they're seeing what the evil is being done, and then they can relate it to the scriptures, and this is how they come to the conclusion. That's why I asked you, was you
Yeah,
agree with the
but
Bible?
what I'm
Let me
trying to say,
finish, though, my
Let me
brother.
ask you
brother,
Well, let me
brother,
You're
but
being
listen,
long winded, dog.
finish.
Damn.
Let
brother.
me. I just
Daniel, let
want.
me ask you one question.
How is
I
it
was
that when one of
interrupted,
y'all, we're not gonna
brother.
wait? Listen, we're
Hold
not.
on.
When
Malak,
y'all
when you interrupted
when y'all
me
talking,
first.
we're gonna let you
Malak,
finish.
you
Because
interrupted him, bro. You interrupted him because you was in your feelings
no,
about what he
brother,
was
because
saying,
he
bro.
was done, brother.
I
He was
wasn't
done
done.
Nah,
already.
I
bro.
He was
wasn't
done,
done.
Hold on,
brother.
but
Just let
He
me
I
wasn't
finish.
done, bro.
wasn't.
I just want to ask one question real quick,
Goodness,
Hey,
yo, what?
Daniel, when Malak just said that the white man's the devil, you seem like you took kind of offense to it. Let me ask you this:
No, I didn't. I mean,
do Native Americans feel like the white man's the devil?
when you say Native Americans, what tribes are you talking about?
It don't matter.
The northern
I'm just
tribes?
saying. I'm just saying. That have you ever encountered Native Americans that would tell you that
But wait,
that the white man's the devil or whatever?
hold on.
No,
On some
no,
real
I
shit on
haven't,
what
brother.
No,
I
listen, on some
haven't.
real shit though, what Daniel was saying is, bro, y'all can't perpetrate the Europeans that all this bad, because at the end of the day, when it came to them getting the Negro slaves, that whole interpretation of them going into Africa and stealing slaves is false. They barely penetrated the coast. They only stayed on the coast. They had middlemen, other Africans and shit like that, and African kingdoms were selling their own slaves. So that's
Right.
something else people were saying that's not the case. So what Daniel's saying is, I'm not saying they practiced the same shit when they came over here. Obviously, they actively conquered other kingdoms, but Daniel said that other tribes, other Native American tribes, were helping them conquer other Native Americans.
Yeah,
So
that's
they were
very
already
true.
doing that. They was already doing that prior to white people coming over here. Native Americans were already beefing with each other and eating
I
each
know.
other and doing all this crazy
I
shit.
know.
Right. Listen, you guys.
That's what I'm
Listen, you
saying.
guys.
And I
Just let me say this. Let me
already
say this.
addressed that when I
Let me
brought up the Book of Mormon. That's what the Book of Mormon speaks about. How they were mad
listen,
wars
you guys.
between
What
them.
I was trying to say is that look, the Spanish, did not do it on their own. They needed help. Who was their main help? Other tribes that were helping them destroy the Mexica, the Mayas, and so forth, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is this. When we won independence from the Spanish, I'm not saying that the Spanish weren't cruel when they were occupying the land, right? Yeah, some of them were cruel and committing messed up things to our people. But I'm gonna say this in front of your panel: if it wasn't for the Spanish, the Criollos, we would have never won independence from Spain. Do you guys understand me? The Criollos were the ones that were full-blooded Spaniards that were born in Mexico, but they had full-blooded Spaniard parents
That's not
that
true.
came from Spain.
Criollo's half breed, bro. Criollo's a half.
That is a lie. Criollos are full-blooded Spaniards that were born in the New World.
No, that's
Mestizos
not
are
true,
the ones. Mestizo is the one that's native
Criollo's
and white.
bro. Just like
Bro,
Bolivar,
simple
Bolivar
Google.
was a Creole, bro. He was a half breed, bro.
Miguel Hidalgo was a Criollo. Miguel Hidalgo was a Criollo.
Criollo.
All right?
I don't even know what y'all
If they was
talking about.
half-breed the mulatto, right?
This is some Mexican showdown right now. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
Listen, if they was full-blooded, it'd be called Castilians, bro.
No, Criollos are born in the New World, but they're full-blooded Spaniards. Their parents go back to Spain. Look it up, bro. This is fucking simple beginner school shit.
This is what I do.
Well, then you're looking very ridiculous because Criollos are fucking full-blooded Spaniards. Well, whatever. People that are listening to this, they could Google it themselves, and they're gonna find out who's lying, me or you. So moving forward, if it wasn't for the Criollos that got help from the British government to finance the war against Spain, it would have never happened. So how is the Spaniards the devil?
Because they came over here and they raped, robbed, and murdered everybody from the beginning.
The natives helped them. Other natives helped them.
To make it right though?
I think you just exposed.
Not that it makes it right though, bro. But y'all neglecting the fact that y'all was doing it to each other prior to that.
Brother.
Yeah, but no. Listen, hold up. See, the way he's making it seem, Daniel's making it seem, he's making it seem like we enslaved ourselves by the bulk. And we,
no, I didn't say that. I never
said that, bro. That's not what he's saying.
I never said that.
Why is it? Hey, Luke, you just said about interrupting.
He need that. Obviously, no. He was letting you know that they need that.
But yo, y'all say about interrupting. Y'all don't let nobody speak, brother.
No, we laugh. I barely spoke since I've been on here. So don't even talk that shit, bro.
In the midst of the conversation.
I barely said anything since I've been on here, bro. But it's just obvious to me that you and your feelings. That's the whole thing. You ain't getting your feelings and shit.
I'm asking you a question, yo.
And you don't let niggas talk. You want to ask some questions, but then
because every
just
time
get out your feelings. If you get out your feelings,
yo, you and your
feelings,
bro. You and your feelings.
That's the problem.
You and your feelings.
And this comes from cats that don't know. This comes from cats. Listen, this comes from cats that don't know the historical composition of their own book. You be talking about going into the scripture.
Listen, you talking all this crazy stuff right now, right? You didn't even understand what we was
talking about. You
talking
don't know how your shit was written, how it was put together.
You don't even believe in the Bible. What are you talking about?
Take you seriously,
you don't even know. You don't. No one take you seriously.
When my man explains some real shit, what you bring to
brother. No one takes you seriously, brother. Nobody takes you seriously, brother.
Niggas ain't talking over you. That's the problem.
That's why you want to talk over people and everything.
Shut the fuck up, and you will learn something. But you obviously don't want to fucking learn shit.
Listen.
You can keep taking that shut up all day, nigga, but you ain't your feelings. That's why you fucking interrupting niggas while they talking. Just calm the fuck down, bro. Just relax yourself.
Malak.
Damn, nigga.
We're going to interrupt you then. If you every time you talk, I'm going to interrupt him now.
That's what's up, bro. Talking. You're going to get that work like you always do. Talking, you're going to get that work like you always do.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you that work like I always give you. That's the point.
Bro, Malak, the fight for independence was not fought only by indigenous people. It was fought by mestizos, indigenous people, Africans, and criollos. Criollos were the ones that were able to get financial help from the British government for us to win independence against Spain.
And go back to Criollo. Just look up the Costa system. You'll see who Criollo is.
I already know who Criollos are, bro.
You're telling everybody else. Just go to the Costa paintings.
And I will say this.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this,
He's
Daniel.
just showing his Spanish seed off, bro.
What natives helped Columbus and them conquer the so-called Taino or Arawak?
I don't know too much of the Taino story, bro. So I'll be
It
respected
wasn't.
to
You
your
know who
tribe.
actually helped them? A lot of African slaves and Moors and things of that nature. There was no other natives. Now I understand about, like I said, about your history over there in Mexico, but you can't tie that up with other people.
No, and I'm not tying it down to nobody else. That's why I will specifically only speak about what I know about my culture and about my peoples, because it's inappropriate for me to talk about another tribe.
I would say that happened to you. I would say the reason why it happened to your people, like I said, is because you guys had a great kingdom. You know what I'm saying? You guys had a great empire, and they needed the natives around them, especially the ones that were being oppressed, to basically link up, the enemy of my enemy is my friend type shit.
Right. That happened. That actually took place. But what I'm trying to say is that
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't think that happened with the northern tribes either. Over here in the northern tribes,
northern tribes. Some northern tribes took sides with the French. Some northern tribes took sides with the British.
But the thing is that they could take sides. Again, enemy is my friend type of deal. But they also just fought wars with them also, and battles with them, hundreds of battles with them also.
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is that the stories that are being told to brainwash our people to be like, look, the white man is the devil. Look, the Spaniards did this to y'all, enslaved all of y'all, and did this and this and this and that. They're not telling the whole full story of it, bro. Did you know that the Spanish king, he gave land grants to tribes, bro?
It was our land in the first place, bro.
No, listen, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. If these people were fucking savages and the devil, why would he give land grants to tribes to be able to govern themselves?
Brother, that's not even their land. What are you talking about, Daniel?
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're missing the point.
Hold on, Daniel. Hold on. Let me say something.
I'm not saying. Listen,
no, but let me finish it. Let me
no,
say something.
You
just said something, Daniel. Let me state it.
I
Let me
never
say
said.
something.
Listen, he's gonna answer something that I never said. That's the
Go ahead,
problem.
Daniel. Let Daniel finish.
You're ready to answer my question. You're ready to answer without me even saying these things, bro. You're putting words in my mouth for you to answer something.
You made a statement. Not us. You made a statement.
Did I ever say that the Spanish owned this land?
No. How can they give you land in something that they don't own? This is what I'm trying to tell you. So I go into you and take your land. Listen to me. I go to you, take your land, and then I give you land. And you see there's a good thing? Yo, you must be bugging out, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. Let me finish. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's not what I'm
trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you. Listen, here come Nosy. Here come Big Nose. Big Nose. Big Nose coming over there. Big Nose is already coming in. There you go, Big Nose. Long hair homosexual coming on.
Conquered the Canaanites,
Long hair
nigga.
homosexual.
Then the Israelites conquered the Canaanites, nigga. Fuck out of here with that
you
shit.
long hair, it's a homosexual.
You can sit there and laugh all day, bro, but your shit don't hold no weight. Your arguments don't hold no weight.
Shut up. I'm talking to
Your arguments don't hold no weight, nigga. Your arguments hold no weight at all. Your arguments hold no weight. None of your arguments no weight at all. At all.
Mushu hate the law, bro.
That's
why I second that.
Brother, the problem here is that
they land back, bro. Shit.
You guys don't know the history of Mexico. That's the problem here, brother.
Okay, Daniel. Again, let me get back to you, right? Like I was saying, right, Daniel. Like I was saying, how can someone come, take your land, and give you a piece of land, and then you make it seem like that's a good thing? And again, I was telling you, when brothers, Israelites, Northern Kingdom, anyone. Make this when they make these statements, they go back to the scriptures. If you don't believe in the scriptures, like your boy Luke's over there, then that's what you start saying some weird shit.
There was alliances, brother. There was alliances
made, like you,
brother. There was alliances made with tribes and the Spanish government, bro. When the Spanish took over, yes, I'm not saying that they were rightfully owners of the land. No, of course not. They're colonizers. I understand that. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that the Spanish government made allies with tribes and granted them land grants, gave them a chance to govern themselves, chose leaders for their tribes, right? And guess what happened?
Daniel, you work for the government?
Listen.
Let him talk.
I mean, the way you defending them?
My lot.
Let him bring it out.
Show some decorum, por favor. Listen. When we defeated the Spanish and we kicked them out, Guess what happened? The Mexican government got established, and the Mexican government took away those land grants that the Spanish government
It
had
got
gave
established? Is that
the
what you
indigenous people. That caused the rise of the Mexican Revolution. What do
Oh,
you think Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata were fighting for? They were fighting for those land grants that the Spanish government had gave these indigenous people, and the Mexican government took away from them. So you guys don't know the story of the Mexican history, bro.
oh
You guys
no.
really
You know
don't
what
know.
it is, bro? You know
I
what it
know
is,
I
it.
have to
bro?
know
When
the
you
whole story of
It
the
is
Mexican
because
Daniel,
government,
you know
brother.
you're
Daniel.
stuck on
Yeah.
your daddy
Listen,
behind it, bro.
when you serve a hateful God, bro, you harbor hate in your heart. That's what that shit is.
That's what it is, bro.
Yeah, that's a
That's
Look,
exactly
I,
crazy
they, they
false.
serve they serve a
That's
hateful
a
ass
guarantee
crazy.
God,
you,
bro.
I
Now
guarantee
you
you these
talking
brothers
about?
have
There you
Spanish
go.
blood in
Thank
them.
you. Go
I
ahead. Just
guarantee
say
you,
it.
Serve a
Malak.
hateful
There it
God,
is.
Just
bro.
say
Look,
it.
look at their
There
I
God,
it
bro.
is.
Look,
guarantee you,
Say
that
it.
the
Malak
same
and the
God that
governor of
ordered
the
for the
King of
Canaanites
Prophet
to
have
be
Spanish blood in them, bro.
identified, bro. That's a hateful ass God. You can't justify that
Now
shit.
you
All
ain't
they're
saying
gonna tell you,
nothing to them, Vega.
all
Vega,
they're
you ain't
gonna tell
saying
you,
nothing to
listen,
them when
all
they.
these
Hey,
niggas, all these
Vega, you ain't
brainwashed
saying
niggas are
nothing to
gonna
them
tell
when they
you is
cut me
that
off,
He
right?
just
thus
mad
saith the
because of
Lord.
the he
You
Thus
just
ain't
mad
saith the
saying
because
nothing,
Lord.
right?
That's what
Hey,
these
Luke,
niggas will
man,
tell
go
you
get
because
you,
the
go
Lord
get you, put
said.
some gel in your
That's
hair,
why
bro.
we did it because the Lord told us to do it. That's why we do it.
You know
So
what
when
he
you
I'm saying?
just
serve a
mad
hateful
because
God,
of
bro, that's why you
Yeah,
harbor
that's
hate in your
it.
heart like
Here we
that.
go. That's right. Yeah, we serve a hateful God.
Exactly.
nah,
That's
he's a
great. Yeah, Luke,
merciful
you're
God, bro. He's
non-believer.
merciful, bro. In
You know
Psalms
what
So
I'm
why
100.
saying?
don't
This coming from the
You
nigga that
make a
believe in
false
Paul and shit.
statement.
This
You
coming from the
make
nigga
a
that believe in
false
Paul and shit.
statement, and the only
if
thing. Let me
God's
tell you something.
merciful, if
No,
God's
it's all right.
merciful, why did He
That's the
let
way it
that
is.
happen to our people then?
Because we
So
Exactly.
Vega, you don't
disobeyed
say nothing to
him.
them when
Because
they
we
cutting us off,
disobeyed
right?
his
Exactly,
laws,
bro.
statutes, and
Okay, that's a
commandments.
good
That's
thing, Vega.
why
That's good.
we
Bro, you
disobeyed
don't find those
Yahweh.
commandments. You don't find those commandments anywhere on this side of the world, brother.
That's not true. That's not true.
So,
We
well,
were,
show me
yo,
commandments
yo, I
that
can
are
show.
like
Hey, I already told you, bro.
Daniel, you work for the government, Daniel?
I
Because
gave
you
you the
love to
Spaniard,
defend
bro.
them a lot,
Oh
man.
shit. The hell
No,
is
I'm defending my indigenous culture, my
Oh, you
indigenous
ain't
No,
identity,
you
defending the
brother.
ain't, brother.
That's what
Spaniards,
I'm doing,
bro.
brother.
You
That's what I'm
defending the
doing, brother.
You
Spaniards,
just
dog.
Nah,
defending the
listen,
Spaniards, bro.
brother,
Wholeheartedly,
listen.
brother.
Yeah.
I am for, no, I am
You
for truth.
exposed yourself, Daniel.
I am for
That's
truth,
right. Yeah, he
brother.
exposed himself, Northern
I
King
am
Prophet.
for
Don't
Expose
worry about it.
yourself.
truth,
That's it.
We
history.
know he probably Spaniard.
Yeah,
Look,
that's right.
Hey, I
look,
guarantee you
That's by the
Spaniard
look,
Spirit.
too, brother. I
Judge them
look,
by the
guarantee you.
Spirit,
look
right?
how they act
Hey,
them though.
He just got brown
By the,
suspenders on.
yup, right by the
Look how they
spirit. He
act
just
them.
exposed
Look how they
himself.
act
We
them.
was
That's their
talking
God
about this
permeating
earlier.
through them.
And you know what?
That's
This is
their
the
When it
God
comes
truth.
back
permeating
to
through them,
Luke,
dog.
This is the
Look, that's
truth.
their God.
You don't
That's how
like
they
it?
God be acting.
and
You
when
don't
it
like
comes to
it? Keep
Luke, we
quiet.
Malak,
already
Malak,
know
are you
he
full blooded?
Grecian.
Are you full blooded?
Grecian with his
Malak,
long
are you
ass
full
curly
blooded?
hair.
Malak, are you full blooded?
Yeah, yeah.
That's their
Lucius
God
Is
coming
suspect,
through
bro.
anybody
them,
here
dog.
full
Look,
blooded?
Lucius
Yeah,
suspect.
you
that's their
Grecian,
God.
dog.
Look, his
Lucius
lamb God and
suspect.
stuff.
Listen to this. Is anybody here full blooded?
No, all these niggas got Spaniard in them, bro.
Exactly, but they hate themselves.
No, I
Exactly.
ain't myself.
But they hate them. Ain't no the King
The
of Prophet.
seed,
You heard
yo.
him?
Yahweh
But
came
they
for the
hate them.
seed, brother. Yahweh came
Yo,
for
he
the
a
seed, huh?
Spaniard. Daniel's a
Bro,
Spaniard.
I'm
Yeah,
more
Daniel
indigenous than you
Spaniard,
will
bro.
ever
I'm
be, bro.
telling you, judge him by the
I'm more
Spirit.
indigenous than you
Yo,
will
he
ever
just
be,
said it.
brother.
He like everybody. Yo, you know what he just said? No the King of Prophet. He
What did he
like,
say?
is anybody pure blooded? No. Well, guess what? You hate yourself. You
No,
have
I didn't
Spaniard
say
in you.
it's anybody.
You a
I said
Look,
it's any
Spaniard,
of
nigga.
you
dog.
guys,
You
brother.
Spaniard first,
You a
though, nigga. You a
Spaniard,
Spaniard
bro.
first.
You're spirit.
You got
No,
more
listen.
You
European
I'm
in your
not.
suspect,
DNA,
I'm
nigga,
Lucius.
not.
than you
That's
got
why you
anything
hate the
else.
Bible. You
You got
Listen,
more
suspect.
European in
That's
your
why you
DNA
hate
than
the
anything
Bible.
else,
Luke,
nigga.
you a
Brother,
You
Grecian
got
with your
more
curly ass hair. Get
European in
out
your
of here,
DNA
Fabio.
than anybody else, nigga.
You
You don't know
straight
science at
Fabio,
all.
dog.
All
You
you
need to be doing
no
butter
fucking sacred
commercial.
text, nigga.
You better
You
be
don't know
doing
no
butter
facts, no
commercial,
actions,
Luke.
nothing like that. You look
Anybody
more
seen
European
Luke?
than
Hey,
anything.
Luke,
You
take
look
your
more
camera out. Let's
European,
see your
nigga.
hair.
You
Let's see your
look
curly
more
hair, Luke.
European, nigga.
You
You
straight
look more
Grecian.
European, nigga. What you
know what I'm
talking
saying?
about?
Fabio.
You a straight Caucasoid.
You don't think you get mixed?
You a straight
Yo,
Caucasoid.
Fabio ass. Yo, with your
brother?
curly hair, yo.
You a straight Caucasoid, nigga.
You straight Fabio. Okay, brother, go
Hey,
ahead.
hey,
Go
and
ahead.
what's wrong with curly hair? Brother Jose got curly hair. You got a problem with his hair?
Damn. Yo, Spaniard, chill, dog.
No. Let's be honest. Let's be honest right here, bro. You know, I got
Spaniard.
curly hair. I got curly hair too. I know Jose got curly hair too. Is there something wrong with
Listen,
us?
did you? I'm gonna ask you a question. Did you
No.
see?
No.
I'm gonna ask you a question,
That's
Daniel.
fine.
Did
I
you
asked
see?
him a
Did you
question right
see?
now. I
Look,
just asked him a
I
question.
know. If you
Yo.
let me answer you,
You see how petty
if
niggas
you
get?
let
That's
me
crazy.
answer you, I'll tell you. Have you seen Luke's hair?
Let's see it.
I don't need to
Have
see
you
it.
seen it, Daniel? Yes or no?
I think we should just get back to
Okay,
like,
then.
get
Yo,
back to
he
the
looked like
I know
Fabio
Jose,
for
right?
the butter
Listen,
commercial.
You look like Fabio.
I think we should get back to the
He
topic.
a Grecian, dog.
Yeah,
I'm
he
telling
hates that
you.
law.
Get off the person.
He hates the laws too, bro.
We should get off the personals and just go back to the topic.
Exactly, because they don't got shit else. That's why they go to the personals, and that's coming from a lot.
exactly. I mean, look at
That's
what I'm
coming
saying
from a lot
exactly. Because y'all
first.
the first one
That's
to
coming
say
from a
it.
lot
Hey,
first. You see how
Jose.
Malak be? And
Hey,
he
nah,
trying to
dog.
make it seem like
keep
he
it
peaceful.
professional, dog.
He
Let's
trying to
keep
make
it
it seem like he
professional.
professional, he peaceful and
Well,
shit
let's
like
keep
that.
it
This
professional.
nigga's supposed to represent
Yo, you
Christ,
see
right?
why
And
you
Paul
gotta
and
use
shit
that
like that.
word?
But you see how he be acting?
Why you gotta use that word?
He be taking
Why you
personal
gotta
jabs
say
and shit like
nigga?
that when he be
Why
in
you
his
gotta say
feelings and
that
shit like
word?
that.
It ain't
Hey, look,
personal.
Malak, bro, it's all good,
Why
bro.
you
I
gotta
feel
use
you,
that
nigga.
word?
I
Why
feel
you
you, bro.
see? Here you go.
That's
But
why
you
you
be
hate
you
the
be
talking
getting
about
that work though.
you see?
You get that
You
work.
see, right? You
You be
see.
getting that work.
You just heard
Well,
what
listen,
Vega
brother.
said, right?
I didn't
You be getting
disrespect
that
none of
You
work.
you
just heard
brothers
what he
here.
said,
I didn't
right,
call you out
Fabio?
many
This
other
all
names, bro.
You
happened
be
because
getting
the
that
devil
work.
came
Fabio.
in. Daniel is the devil, bro. He is the spirit of
There
the
you go.
spirit
There
of
you
the
go.
devil.
And
That's
Daniel
check
why
is
that.
all
the
this
devil before he come in here
confusion.
I
bringing
believe that
That's
understanding.
why
too.
You
all
niggas
this
is just getting your
confusion.
feelings, dog.
That's why all this
Brother, man.
confusion is happening.
Daniel's a
Don't call
Because
me
the
the
Spaniard,
devil
devil,
dog.
came
bro.
in.
Don't call me your devil, bro. Out of respect for
Listen,
brothers
brother,
on
you are
Jose's
a
live, bro.
You're a
Spaniard.
Spaniard.
Listen,
You're a
brother.
devil Spaniard,
You a
bro.
Listen, brother.
See,
Spaniard.
listen,
Out of
that's but
respect for the
Daniel,
brothers live,
listen,
bro,
don't
I'm
even
gonna
get
leave you
mad,
right
bro,
there,
because it's
brother.
just them being
Daniel
petty, bro. Don't even get
Spaniard.
mad at the niggas,
I'm
bro.
not gonna go there,
He
They
bro. I'm
gonna
not
loves
be
to
gonna
petty
go
because they
there.
Spain,
petty shit,
dog.
bro. That's how they be.
I judge
They
people
can't
by the
prove their
spirit.
scriptures and shit like that. That's what I'm saying. So they
You
gotta
don't
get
like the
petty. That's what they do.
scriptures. You don't
Scriptures.
like the
You
scriptures.
You
gotta
don't go to the
understand these
scriptures
niggas don't know
because
the
you don't
historical
You don't
even
want
say
to
conventions
we.
they
go to the
text.
law, bro. You
They
don't
don't
want
know
to
the
go to the
historical
law
Hey,
about
conventions they text. They
homosexuality.
don't
Look,
know
that
why
Fabio.
the
just
commandments in
shows,
Exodus
bro.
20 don't agree with the
Hey,
commandments in Exodus
bro,
34.
you don't
They
want to go
can't
to the
tell you
law
that,
about
bro. They can't
homosexuality,
tell you
bro.
why you got
Oh my
curses and
goodness.
blessings
Let's
in
go
Deuteronomy
Here we
27,
how
go.
and
sodomites.
then you got
Let's
curses
go
and
what the
blessings
Bible
in
says
Deuteronomy
about
28. How
sodomites.
the first one is
What's the
pre-exilic and the
Bible
other
say
one is
about
exilic. They
sodomites,
can't tell you that
Lucian?
because they
That's why
don't
you
know
don't
that.
rock with it.
Hey,
That's why
yo,
you
They
don't
didn't
did
rock
know that
with it.
anybody
shit.
notice? Hey, did anybody notice Luke's picture right there?
Yeah,
Yo,
bro.
that
That's why you don't rock with the
that
Bible,
dude look.
bro, because you
Yo,
don't like
that's
what it
some
say about
weird shit
sodomites.
there.
What
You
is
don't like what it
weird?
say
So
about
look at this
Look at
nigga.
sodomites.
your picture,
Look
yo.
at his and look at yours,
He's a
nigga. What is the
Grecian, yo.
problem?
You, a matter of
Look
fact,
at
you
Jose,
look like
nigga.
him, yo. You
Jose
look
got
like
fucking
him,
Jose
Why
got
dog.
are we
Grogu on his
talking
shit.
about
What
how
are you
he
You look
mean?
looks,
like
man?
him.
What are you
Brother,
You
clinging
look
to
like
shit for, Malak?
Fabio. You
Malak,
look
Jose,
what are you
why,
clinging to
Fabio.
shit
Jose,
for, bro? You
Fabio,
clinging to
why
I
dumb
are
think you're
shit.
a
we talking
Grecian,
about how
bro.
You
we look,
clinging to
You
man?
like
dumb
an
shit, bro.
Edomite, bro.
No,
I'm
these are
I
judged
saying
think
by
shit.
the
that's why
Listen,
spirit,
I'm
your
man.
saying shit that
spirit
got
don't.
substance.
That's why your
You're making
spirit don't
arguments that
want
got
to.
substance. You're
I
making
haven't said
arguments that got
anything,
no
but
This is
substance.
I'm
why
over
your
here
You
spirit
just
coming
don't
at
letting
my
line
you
up.
hair. You calling
Your
me
spirit
Fabio,
don't
nigga. I'm
line
coming
up.
at your
Yo,
scriptures.
No,
your
you can
spirit,
judge
yo,
by the
There's a
listen to
spirit,
me.
difference, bro.
Lucy.
Listen to me. Your
We can
spirit
There's
agree
a
don't
to
line up.
difference,
disagree,
bro.
Your
brother.
spirit don't
I'm
line up
coming
Hey,
with
at your
yours.
Dre.
scriptures, your
Your sp-
contradictions, the
No,
We're gonna
history
you
of
keep
your
talking
shit.
about
You
spirit
guys,
You all you
man,
all,
got to
all
do is
day
come at
right
me by
here
my
until
hair,
somebody
bro. You
tell
don't
us
got
look,
shit,
otherwise.
bro.
man,
you
we
can
can
What
judge
agree
you
by
to
the
got?
You're
spirit.
disagree.
all
Both of
offended
you.
because it's hair, yo. Shut
It's
up,
not a
yo.
no. It's not
Let
me
me
being
tell you
offended.
something,
It's
yo.
me being logical with you, bro. I'm being reasonable with you.
Let me
It's
tell
Well,
not
you.
we
being
can,
No,
offended.
now
You
How
you
can't
want to.
nice,
laugh.
laugh.
Now
No,
you
you can't laugh and interpret it and try to make it
Now
seem
you
like
want to
that. But
say
nigga,
being reasonable when you ain't being
anybody with a
reasonable.
right
You
healthy
know,
mind can see
everybody
that
look. You got long hair
you
like
grasping
Fabio,
that
dog.
dumb shit.
And you got a spirit
You
of Edom
clinging to
on you,
dumb
dog.
shit, and you think that you keep talking,
and
that's gonna make you
Daniel
sound
got
Malak,
intelligent.
spirits
That
Malak,
just makes you
Malak,
sound like a fuck
Don't
nigga, bro. At the end of the
Malak,
day,
Malak,
because that's what
Malak,
you is at the end of the day.
Malak.
again.
If
A
the
You
fuck
brother
got
nigga,
a
has,
that's what you are,
listen,
again.
bro.
You
listen,
got a
Because
spirit. You
you
don't line
can't
up
have
with
a
the scripture.
reasonable dialogue with
No,
somebody,
now
bro.
you
And you
talking that.
can't
You been
argue
no,
because
bro,
you
now
don't
bro.
you
know your
talking
shit,
that.
bro.
It's too
You
late
What's
don't
now.
know your
I'm gonna
wrong?
shit.
keep cutting you off now. It's
You
too
don't
late
know
now.
your shit.
It's too late now,
Until you learn
Fabio.
your shit, that's when
It's
you can
too
have a
late,
proper
Fabio.
dialogue with me,
It's
bro.
too late,
That's
Fabio.
it.
It's
You
too
got
late
two
to have a
Ten Commandments
dialogue
that don't
because
agree.
if you was
You
And
mature
got
what's
from
wrong
the
you
with
got
having
beginning,
you
long
got
hair?
we
cursing
could
and
have had a
blessings that don't
dialogue.
agree.
But you want to
What's
keep
wrong with
That's
talking
having
it.
over
long
You
people.
read
hair? I don't
This
Paul.
is what you
understand.
get now. I'm gonna
He
talk
don't know
over you.
Jesus.
Malak,
Okay. Yeah.
Malak, what's wrong with
So what
having
else
long
you
hair,
got, bro?
Malak?
Again, Daniel,
Malak,
your
what's
spirit
wrong,
line up with his spirit.
bro,
Y'all like
bro?
some
What's wrong
Edomites
with
or
having
something.
long
You know what
hair,
I'm saying?
Malak?
You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real. Y'all spirit don't line up with the
And I'm
scriptures. Y'all
keeping it
don't
real
believe
with
the
you,
Bible.
nigga. And
So
I'm
there you
keeping it
go
real with
then.
you.
That's right
And I'm
then.
keeping it
Y'all
real with
don't
you.
line up with the
That's it.
scriptures
Malak,
then.
So
Malak,
keep it real with us and we keep
That's
it real with
right
you,
then.
bro.
That's what y'all
Malak,
you're Edomites then, yo.
you can
That's
have
Don't
an
it.
worry
And you
about
opinion,
it. Your
bro.
lost, nigga.
spirit
And that's
bear
why you
witness,
saying
Listen,
yo.
that. Because you
Malak,
can't
That's
hold
why
your
you over
own.
here.
hey,
You
That's
hey,
can't
why
look,
pull
you
your
look,
weight.
Edomites.
You
That's why
can't
y'all
pull
hey,
your weight,
defending
bro. But you
Spaniards so
can't
much.
pull your
listen,
weight.
you guys,
That's why you.
You can't pull your weight though, bro.
you guys, just check
You
this
can't
out,
pull your
man. Check
weight.
With
this
your
out,
curly
man.
hair, I can't, yo. With them
Malak,
curls, it's
Malak,
too
I know
heavy.
you
listen,
can't
Malak.
pull
You
your
can
weight,
have an
bro. Pull
opinion
your
about
weight.
me, bro. That's okay, brother. That's all right.
Don't be mad because I look better than you, nigga.
Yo, you gay, dog. That's what you
Yeah,
is.
I
Don't
second
be
that.
mad because I
I
look
second
better than you,
that.
nigga. That's what you
Give me
mad
some
about,
more.
nigga.
I second that. I second that
Don't
about
worry
his
about
shit.
how niggas look, bro. You coming at looks, I'm coming at
Nah,
your
he don't like
scriptures.
the
You
law
the
about
gay ass nigga,
sodomites,
bro.
bro.
He don't like the law about sodomites, bro. That's why he don't rock
What
with
you
the Bible.
talking about?
He
The
don't
whole
rock with
time
the
he talking
Bible,
about
bro.
looks, he calling me the gay nigga, but he's over here clinging to my looks and shit like that. I'm coming at his scriptures. He over here calling me the gay nigga, bro.
Let's deal with the
Fuck out of
scriptures
here.
about sodomites then.
But look at this nigga over here, and then you
Let's
got
deal with the
Northern Kingdom prophets
sodomite
about sodomites.
scriptures.
They
Let's
fucking
deal with the
obsessed with
sodomite
the gay shit.
scriptures.
Look,
He
obsessed with the
literally
gay
found
shit.
you. Hey,
Listen,
bro.
man.
Hey, look.
Girls,
He literally
like
found you
this,
for
that,
having
and the
long hair,
third.
bro.
Fabio, that's all this nigga been
Y'all
talking about the
defended
whole time.
Fabio. Listen, Fabio,
Look,
chill out,
look,
Fabio.
look, look,
All
look,
right,
look,
calm
look,
down.
look. Still with the
All
Fabio
right,
shit.
Fabio, calm
Still
down.
going
Dude.
off the
All
Fabio
right,
shit.
all
You
right,
know that. The
Fabio.
nigga's gay. The
Fabio,
nigga
chill out,
gay. The
dog.
nigga's
Let's
gay. The gay
let's have
niggas
a
talk like
dialogue
that.
now.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Malak, why are you calling him Flavio?
Because I can though. Then what's
He's
up
a
with you?
gay
You a
ass nigga.
Spaniard?
That's what
You a
gay ass niggas
Spaniard
do.
ass? I can call you
Hey,
That's
Spaniard
what
too.
gay ass
you're
niggas
a
do.
Spaniard, bro. Calm down, bro.
That's why I'm calling Fabio, because I call
Listen,
you
you
Spaniard.
know when
And him is
Don, you know
Fabio.
when Don laid
And
his
you
head on
see,
the
and
chest
you
of
know what's
Jesus,
crazy?
that's my log,
You know
bro.
what's crazy? Let me tell you something. Right now, you defending him, and he defending you. Y'all both non-believers in the Bible.
Straight up.
So and then what then?
It don't
Like,
matter,
what's the
but what
whole
we say
point then?
making sense. We saying shit
So
that
What's
got
the
look,
whole
substance. Look how
point?
you
You believe the
talking.
white man
But
is
look how
God?
you talking
I mean,
though.
you all
Look at your
on the
arguments
white
though,
man
nigga. But look at your arguments.
because you don't
But
even
look
let
at your
nobody
arguments,
talk,
nigga.
brother. You
At
don't let
least
nobody talk.
when we defend each other, bro, we doing it with substance. Look what
No,
you doing.
no.
All you saying is Fabio
Listen,
and girls and
I'm
shit like that.
calling
You're
you
not even coming
Fabio
up
for
with
you can
dates
shut
and
up. I'm calling
prophecies
you
and shit like that.
Fabio
You
for
just
you
like,
can
oh
shut
no,
up.
Fabio, Fabio,
I've
Fabio.
been telling you
Nigga,
that
what's
from
up
the
with
bro,
you?
beginning.
I spoke the
What
real
kind of
history of
obsession do
Mexico.
you have?
You can hate it or love it, brother. I spoke the real history of Mexico. You can hate it or love it, but
No,
it's the
you love
truth.
the Spaniards. That's what you love.
No, bro, nah,
That's right.
nah.
You're a Spaniard,
Yeah.
Daniel.
You act
You're a
like
Spaniard, bro.
Listen. I don't hate
You're a
the Spaniards,
Spaniard,
bro.
my man here,
I
Edomite over
don't
there,
hate.
Luke's.
I don't hate the Spaniards. I don't
Edomite
hate
love
the
the
Grecian.
Spaniards.
I don't hate nobody, bro. I don't hate
Luke's a
nobody, bro.
Fabio Edomite Grecian.
Hey, what are you? Do you consider yourself an indigenous from a tribe or something, Malak?
He's Taino.
Listen, no, don't even speak for him now. Don't even talk to that dude, bro. Daniel,
See,
I mean,
he's
right
scared,
now,
bro.
though,
He's scared.
we
He's scared, bro.
consider,
He can't
I
even
consider
answer.
I consider you a straight Spaniard.
Straight up. I second that notion.
Well, I agree to disagree, brother. I don't have to argue with you about that. That's fine. You can believe
That's
whatever
why
you
you
want
come
about me.
over here.
That's
That's
okay.
the only reason you
That's
come
okay,
over
brother. I'm not gonna sit and argue with you about it.
here.
I know
over here to
the actual real
That's the only
history.
reason you come over here is to argue. That's why you come here.
Listen. Did I come to your panel?
You won't come to my panel because I'll smash you.
Do I talk?
But Daniel, you know what's the problem with you, Daniel? Daniel, you've been cutting people. Daniel, you've been cutting people. Daniel, you've been cutting people off when people was trying to talk to you, since like a regular conversation. Since you got on, you've been listening to me. We have a thing, right? When Vega's on and he bring people on the panel, he let everyone talk. But you know what? Everybody speak their word. We're not just, you don't see me interrupting Vega interrupting me, Vega interrupting New Kingdom Prophet. We ain't doing that. But you and Fabio over there, y'all got a bad habit of keep interrupting people, brother.
No,
That's you, nigga. You do that shit. That's
brother.
what
You
you do.
interrupted me first, bro. Let's be honest about that. I didn't even get to say nothing, bro.
That's what this faggot ass nigga does all the time. Talking about Fabio and shit. See, he's out. He's open with his obsessions. You see? You see that he's open with his obsessions. You see what I'm saying?
He got hurt by that.
Listen, let me tell you something. When it comes to Malak, this is the weakest I ever seen this nigga. I've never seen this nigga this weak before. That's some real shit.
No, you just.
I never seen him like that. I've seen a nigga zealous and talk shit, but I never seen him like this, nigga. You really pitiful right now. The way that you talk and the arguments that you made, bro, you pitiful as shit.
He called you.
And then we got this fake
You pitiful as shit, nigga, and then you rocking with niggas that don't even believe in Jesus, bro.
Then we got this fake ass wannabe Aztec over here.
Because y'all be talking shit to each other at the end of the day.
Let's Daniel,
like at the end of the day, you niggas are just like y'all niggas are paradox.
Hey, everybody, please let
y'all
Luke finish.
Y'all niggas are a paradox, bro.
All right, let us know when you're done, Luke. Go ahead.
I said what I said, nigga. You a paradox. You rock with niggas that don't like. Listen, you rock with niggas that don't believe in your Lamb God, bro.
All right, let me know when you're done.
And this is the weakest I ever seen you at all, bro. I've seen you before, like get mad and get zealous and shit like that, bro. But I've never seen you on some gay ass, obsessive, weak, fucking. You got no substance in your words, bro. All you've been talking about is curls and Fabio and shit like that. I'm coming at your attacks and contradictions. What's up with you, bro?
Let him finish.
You don't know
Let
that
him
you
finish.
don't know the contradiction in your text, bro?
Daniel,
Nah,
let
I'm
him
asking you a
finish.
question.
Daniel,
No, Daniel,
hold
go ahead.
up.
You can speak, bro. Speak, bro. Speak.
Listen.
Go
All
ahead,
right,
Daniel.
let Luke finish.
I'm
Go ahead,
quiet.
Luke.
Go ahead, Daniel.
I'm
Speak.
quiet.
I'm letting you
Okay,
speak.
then
Fuck
you
what that nigga
quiet.
gotta say.
You done, Luke? Look,
Daniel, go ahead.
we just
Speak.
let you speak. Shut up,
Daniel,
Luke.
go
We
ahead.
just let
Speak,
you
Okay,
Daniel.
speak.
Daniel,
Fabio,
speak, nigga.
shut up.
Speak.
Can you teach
No,
us anything? Can
he
you
ain't
teach us
speaking
No,
anything
because I
Daniel,
about?
was
speak.
speaking next. I'm speaking. You
No,
addressing
Daniel,
me, you
speak, bro. Go
coward.
ahead. Daniel,
You a
speak.
coward. Now you don't want me to talk, you coward.
Go ahead, Daniel,
You
speak.
a coward. You don't want me to
Go
talk?
ahead,
You
Daniel,
address
speak,
me.
bro.
Brother,
Daniel
why
speak.
Daniel,
can't
speak.
we
Go ahead,
Daniel
bro.
speak.
disagree,
You're
bro?
a
What's
little
so hard
girl,
about that?
dog. You a girl because
Malak,
you just spoke
I
on
already
me.
Malak,
busted your
You
ass
spoke
Malak,
multiple
on me.
times, bro.
You a
You already got
Fabio.
Malak.
busted. Daniel, speak.
Grecian
Damn,
Edomite
You
ass.
bro.
got
You a
This is
busted,
crazy,
and
Fabio
you
bro.
a bitch, and you a
Edomite.
faggot, and your God is weak like you. Now go ahead, go
Lucian,
forward.
what's the name
Go
of
ahead,
your God,
Daniel.
Again,
Lucian?
oh my goodness.
Lucian, what's the name of
Yo,
your
you
God,
so
Lucian?
gay,
Malak,
dog.
let me ask you a question, Malak.
But you're
No,
weak
Let
like
me
don't
your
ask you a
address
God,
question,
me. I
nigga,
Malak.
and
gotta
you a
address.
bitch.
I gotta address
That's why
Fabio.
Moab beat your
There
God
you
multiple times.
go.
Oh my
Go
There you
God.
ahead.
go. Thank you. Keep
Jehovah.
on.
Look,
Come on,
Keep
can we have a
interrupting
Jehovah.
civil
people. We just
conversation,
let him
brothers?
Can
talk.
you
Hold up.
tell him to go?
We just let Luke talk.
Exactly. They
And
just
he
let me speak.
look, and he keeps on talking.
Exactly. They just
And
let
this
me
what makes
speak.
you a
Nice.
Grecian gay ass
Moab beat
Fabio
Bro,
your
because you
God.
keep on
Showed your people
talking.
up.
Nice.
Listen,
I know
who
some of
gave the
y'all.
inhabitants of Moab that land? Was it your God or was it Moab?
Come
Again.
on, here we go, bro.
Now
What's
you're
the name
going
of
somewhere
your
else.
God, Lucian?
Let us finish.
Jehovah?
Go ahead, nigga.
What is
Let
it?
us
Y'all, I'm
finish.
just hitting you with substance. I'm just
Let
hitting
us
you with
No,
substance.
finish.
You
shut
Hey,
coming out,
up. That's my
you
I got
coming
a
out
God.
with
question. I got a question
Grecian
for
and
the
curls
Aztec.
and Fabio, nigga. I'm
Look,
just hitting you with
You're
facts, and
I
now
got a
come on,
Edomite.
question
bro.
for the
You're
Aztec. I
Come
got a
Edomite.
on,
question for
bro.
the Mexica right here. Hey, Mexica, what did the Mexicas call God?
Hey, Machika, I told you give me the creation story. You can't even bring it up.
I already brought it
Hey,
up on this channel,
Mexica,
bro.
No, it
I
is.
already
you a
brought
Bring
it
it
up.
out,
Spaniard.
I
bro. You
already
still didn't
explained. I
bring it
already
out.
explained the partial of it,
Bring
bro.
it
I
out.
explained partial of it.
No, bring it out. Bring out the
I'll
origin.
explain to you. I'll explain to you. If you be quiet, I'll explain to you. I'll give you the simple
Hey, you
basics,
know
bro.
what? You know what? You
Listen,
know what?
listen.
That
No, no, no.
scripture that the brother put up
There
right
you go.
now.
There you
Listen to
go.
me. That
There you go. Who's
scripture.
interrupting
That
who now? Who's
scripture. That
interrupting who?
scripture. Listen to me.
Who's
That
interrupting
scripture.
who now, Malak?
That
Who's
scripture.
interrupting who? You
That
hypocrite.
scripture. That
Hypocrite.
scripture. The Vega got
Hypocrite.
on. Listen. That scripture. The
Hypocrite.
Vega.
Hypocrite.
Again.
The brother asked me a question. Let me address it.
Vega.
Don't be a hypocrite. Show
Again.
some
I'm doing what
decorum,
you're
sir.
doing. You always come. You go
That's
off.
weak ass. That's weak
Show
ass
some
Malak.
Well, let us
decorum,
That's
finish,
weak ass
brother.
brother.
Malak for
I
you.
just want
That's
look
weak ass Malak for
what that
you.
scripture
That's
say.
how
What
weak
that
ass
scripture
Malak get
say.
down.
What that
That's
scripture
that
say.
weak ass nigga. Then get the
What
fuck off the
that
panel, then
scripture
nigga.
say right there.
Then listen. Then if that's
You're
the
the
case, Jose's going
non-believer.
against the
You're
scripture.
the
If
non-believer,
that's the
brother.
case, you can
You're
blame
the
Jose for
What's
having
gonna
us
non-believer.
on,
happen?
nigga.
You and Danielle's the
You can
non-believer.
blame
He's not gonna
Jose for
come on
having
here
us
if he's
on.
not.
He's
I'm not
going
blaming
against the
Jose. This is
scripture,
an
nigga.
open panel.
This is
This is
his
an open
panel,
Wow.
bro.
panel. I'm not
This is
blaming
his
Jose.
panel.
This is panel.
So by
But
him, by
first of
letting
all,
us
you
on here, he's being
talk to me like
unequally
you
yoked. So you're
want you
not
look.
proving
Show me
shit,
your
bro.
cap. Look, show me your face, bro. Come on. Let me see. Let me see them curls, dog.
What you want to send another man for, bro? What the
Hey,
fuck
hey,
you talking
Jose,
about?
Jose,
Curls, dog.
this
This
is the
Let me
nigga
type
see
of
them
talk we
retarded
curls,
have on
shit.
dog.
this
Like
show,
Let me see
he's
bro.
them
weak. That's why
curls,
I tried to
dog.
tell you. Look, he's weak.
He don't like them
He could
laws
be
about
All
mad.
right.
sin.
Hey, Vega. Hey,
He don't
Vega. I'm
want
gonna be quiet for you, brother. All right.
Okay, let me answer the Mexica brother over here on the left. He asked me to explain the creation creation story. The simple basics. I mean, everything is a lot to tell, and I don't have time to know everything here. So I'm gonna give you the basics, right? The place of origin for the Mexicas is called Omeyocan. That's a place of origin. It's a place of female and male, right? That's called Omesicuat female and Ometiculti male. So that's the place where the 13th place of heaven of the universe. That's where Mexicas say that's where creation
Daniel,
started.
Daniel,
It's a place of both.
Daniel,
Listen,
you were breaking up. You were breaking up. Start over. You were breaking up. You were breaking in and out.
okay. Can you guys hear me now? I think because my
Yeah.
phone's dying, that's why. But I'm gonna say real quick. Okay, Omeyocan is the place of origin to the Mexicas. It's the 13th level of the universe. That's where they believe creation started, and it's a place of both female and male. Omesigual female, Ometiculti male. right? They believed in a duality. Male and female created the universe. They created the existence. No one, no one man God could create anything if it wasn't for a female to be present. That's what they believe. A duality, a place of life and death, but chaos and order, light and dark, all the dualities of the universe. This is what Mexicas believe rule the universe. Omesiwat and Omesiculti will be considered Ometeot. Ome means two. Teot means creator. That's what they believed in. They didn't believe in no concept like the Jews, the Judaism religion, where they pray to one God and He gave orders, and if you didn't listen, you go to hell, and if you do, you go to paradise. That did not exist in Mexica culture at all. Now, Ometeculti and Omesiwat created four sons, who are called Tezcatlipoca, so four directions. One is Zipitotec, the other one is Tecacipolca, the other one is Huitzilopochtli, and the other one is Quetzalcoatl. They each represent fire, water, wind, and earth. And they have colors that represent colors, which is the white, the black, the yellow, and the red, right? The yellow will be the one in the west, in the east, obviously, because that's where the sun rises from. The red would be Quetzalcoatl. That's our tradition. We consider ourselves the people of the red tradition. Tezcatlipoca will be the black one, and Zipitotec will be the white one. And each of these could also represent a race of people on the earth. We have black people on the earth, we have white people on the earth, we have yellow people on the earth, and we have red people on the earth. We consider ourselves a red people. We are the people of the red traditions. I'm gonna give you just simple, that's just the smaller potatoes, bro. Those were the things that created.
What are we? The what people?
We are the people of the red traditions. The people
the red people.
What? Huh?
The red people, right? You said the red people.
Yeah, the people of the red traditions. Yeah, we consider ourselves.
What was Adam?
I don't know. I don't know what Adam was.
He was a red man, correct?
I guess
Esau?
so.
What was David, Solomon, and all of them considered?
Hebrews.
Ruddy. What's ruddy again?
Brown.
Nah, that's not what it says in the Hebrew.
Ruddy is not brown?
Nah, of course not.
We're not really red, bro. We're brown.
I know.
Mahogany is a reddish brown. That's what mahogany would be.
To be ruddy is to show blood. Red.
So then you're going to imply that they were white?
No, I'm saying they.
Okay, but I'll continue. Tecatipoca and Quetzalcoatl were the ones that created humanity, right? Them two were the ones in charge because Ometeot chose Tecatipoca and Quetzalcoatl to create humans. See, the Mexica believed there was other worlds before us. There was four worlds before us, and in each one of those worlds, it failed, right? But we're in the fifth creation today, and the ones that created the fifth creation was Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl. Now that's all I'm gonna give you. That's all I'm gonna give you, because it's too much for me to, But that does not line up. That does not line up with the Bible.
Sure, it does.
It does not line up with the Bible. Okay, so
you're talking about creation and the destruction
of
the world. You're talking about the creation and destruction of the world, right? This is what happened in the Bible. You're talking about there was nothing in the beginning, right? It's the same thing with the Bible. And then you're talking about Elohim's coming together and making creation. It's the same thing as the Bible says in Book of Genesis chapter 1. It's just different names, bro.
We don't have a concept for God. We don't pray to a supreme God.
Is Elohim, which means more than one.
No, Ometeot is a concept, a place of origin. It's male and female. Is your God male and female?
You have female.
No,
God.
He's not, because your God says He's a man of war.
Bro, he says, that he just said the Elohims, Daniel. Elohims means multiple gods, including goddesses.
And wisdom is known as a female.
But that's not the same story that the Mexica tells.
It's the same,
not
bro.
the same story
exactly
at all.
The same.
But that's what it is. But the Bible, that's what he's saying. The Bible does.
Okay, so explain to me the four directions. Explain to me Quetzalcoatl, Tezcatlipoca, Zipitotec, and Huitzilopochtli. Explain to me that concept in
Angels.
the Bible.
Elohim.
No, that's not that because these are
Yeah, it is
elements.
that.
Bro.
It's
These are
exactly that.
elements. These are elements.
I put it to you like this. Oh, okay. You said those are elements, right? But we also have what natives would call star people, correct? Have you ever
No,
heard some natives
we're,
ever talk about
we're
star
talking about Mexica creation story. You cannot align Native American Northern tribes stories with our stories. That's where it becomes an issue. You know, Navajo and the Mexica talking about the creation stories. They were both respectfully different, brother. So you cannot use that star people and try to put it on the Mexicas. That's cultural appropriation right there.
He's saying what he's saying is right. I mean, you can look for common threads, but that's all you could do. You can't sit there and say they're the same. You can find similarities and try to go from there, but you got different tribes with different cultures. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the creation stories, and you got to see where it lines up.
ask you this. Let me ask you this, Daniel. Were your people conquered by the Spaniards or no?
The Mexicas were conquered by the Spaniards. Yes.
So how did you guys keep your culture, your language, and customs?
We kept them through oral tradition, and the communities are still there. They
But
told us
how?
the elders.
That's what I'm saying. But how? When we read, like I already told you before, especially when you
by
read
existing, brother,
especially when you read
existing.
books like Bartolome de Casas and stuff like that, they tell
See,
you.
that's the thing, brother.
It
You're not
tells you
gonna go.
that
Listen.
the first things they would do is kill the elders, the priests, and all those things.
No.
And we also see that the same I would say mentality with the Northern American Indians too, when they send the young kids to those boarding schools and shit like that.
That's why these creation stories sound like child stories, myths, like mythical, logical, childish stories.
Oh, so you're calling our ancestors child? That's what you're pretty much calling them.
What I'm saying, telling you, Daniel, is that it was. I would say that it would. The jobs were left up to the young to try to keep up their
exactly.
What I would say,
I'll put like this, brother. It wasn't the elders, brother. I'm saying, but brother, if you killed the elder, right? If you killed the elder or the storyteller of your tribe, right? The record keeper of your tribe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brother, you're basically asked out. He's the record keeper. But that's what the Spaniards. That's exactly what the Spaniards would do. They would take your record keepers, the scrolls, your chiefs, your kenquiques, whatever the case may be, and kill them off, and only take the young to mold them, whether into slaves, to education, whatever the case they did, whatever the North American Indians to the Caribbeans or down to South America. Whatever different methods
You'll never completely kill oral tradition, though.
Listen, that's exactly
I
what I
know
was
that, but that's
say.
what I'm saying. But the thing is that it was left up to
you're
the
making
young
it
to
seem,
try to carry that tradition.
Jose, but you're making it seem like they killed all of our elders and all of our stories died with our elders. When you study Mexica culture and history, kids are taught from little ages to be warriors,
exactly,
to be philosophers, to become.
You just answered your own question. Not everybody could be a storyteller, correct?
No, not everybody could be a storyteller, but everybody.
So it sticks to basically.
Not everybody could be a storyteller, but everybody could receive the story.
Okay, but it leads up to one person, right? To know the story, and they're not allowed to add or take away and all that stuff, right? Correct.
Of course.
Okay, then, but that's what I'm saying. So again, how do you know that those storytellers, again, were traditional by the young that survived, not by the elders, and how the elders would have told the story? That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I'll put it like this, and this is what, and it's no disrespect to, again, to Native people, but to me, I feel like a lot of Native people, some of them fake the funk. Like, to me, it's like, it doesn't make sense how you're a conquered people, right? You have millions of us Hispanics or natives who don't know our language, who don't know who we are. Just because specific people that you claim do, that doesn't make a majority, bro. The majority of us don't know it. Why? Because there's a reason for it. And to me, the ones that claim that they do, to me, is like, it's I would say they did the best they can, the best they could with what they had. But at the end of the day, they still fall short because it wasn't by the actual storytellers, elders, and chiefs of these tribes that kept these oral traditions alive. That's all I'm saying.
but it still survived in some way, shape, or form. So at the end of the
You're
day,
right.
truth is truth.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not denying that, but it
Yeah.
also, but it had to survive by the young,
and it was
That's
morphed.
what I'm saying.
It morphed into some other things. Just morphed.
Well, it's the same shit with the Bible, but y'all don't talk about that. So that's what I'm saying. When I look at the history, it's the same
I
thing.
agree with you with that. You know that. I agree with that. But
Yeah, I understand that, Jose. Look, I don't want to argue, bro. Like, I'm not saying we arguing and shit like that, but I get what you're saying, and I don't want to sound like Ayash, but that's where some of your arguments, when you try to argue, you sound like you wholeheartedly believe everything the Bible says, and then you say you don't. So you have to, at a certain point, bro, you gotta because there's certain things in the Bible you openly say you don't agree with. So with that being said, and you come on and said that there's corruptions in the Bible, so you have to pick a stance, bro, whether the Bible is fully true or is not, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can't straddle the fence.
I already made my stance very clear multiple times about, even like you say it all the time too, that there's truth in it and there's falsehood. That's it. You got on you came here the other day, and with Emac talk about the book of Daniel and talk about how you believe that was a future prophecy of the gold rush over here in the Americas. Did I question you and get on your neck? Be like, oh, what were you talking about, Lou? You don't believe in the Bible.
I'm not saying that, bro. I'm just saying to certain arguments that I hear you. I'm saying the certain arguments that I hear you make. It sounds like because you talk about agree with scripture, but you don't agree with scripture wholeheartedly. So like it's like with certain arguments, you're painting with a broad brush. Again, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, because that's where these arguments come from, because it's the same thing. How you arguing with Daniel, bro? If he knew the historical composition of your book, he'll make the same arguments about your book. How y'all saying conquistadors are trying to imply, if that's what you did, they injected shit and kids messed things up. It's the same shit that when Jews went into Babylon and all the learned went in there and had to forget the language and learn all the Babylonian writings and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. And there's strong arguments to say that Zoroastrianism was injected into Judaism, and that's where they get their duality from. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm trying to say. It's the same thing. It's a two-way street. There's just truth. Truth is going to come, whether the mouth from the pen of a fool or the mouth of a babe. It's still going to be truth. That's it. That's it. Y'all just believe the Bible and believe that's wholeheartedly true as much as you do. I know Northern Kingdom believes the sanctity of it, and obviously Malak do. But that is just, it's the same shit, bro. Everybody's shit has been corrupted. You know what I mean? This is where authority comes into play.
This is where we live, where the spirit comes into play.
Say it again. I didn't hear that.
I said this is where living in the spirit comes into play. At the end of the day, like I said, we got. I'm all about living the book, being the you know what I'm saying, the watchman of the people, whatever the case may be. Not always dwelling in the past. We got to be prophesying. We got to be living our lives. We you know, saying it's good to know, you know, the history or whatever the case may be.
Because that's why I can't agree with all the arguments. I know the historical composition of the book. That's the type of research I do, or among some of the research that I do. That's why I can't agree with everything y'all say on certain things. Because I just see propaganda injected, this, that, and the thing, like how y'all imply with the political shit. It's the same thing on both ends, bro. That's all I'm saying. Until cats start becoming learned on theirs, because they quick to judge other people's shit and say this, that, and the third, but they don't do the proper research on their own text. So it just makes you look silly. Not necessarily you, just the cats that don't do their own research. And the way that they answer shit like that and getting all emotional and then clinging to dumb shit about hair and looks and light skin and all this shit.
Bro, man, stay on the subject, bro. Don't start.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm just saying in general, bro. Like, that, all that shit is weak. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is, just like how when I keep my mouth shut and you call me Fabio, it's the same shit. When cats do shit like that, that shit is weak. So when that's what I'm saying. That's what Hebrew Israelites do. And this is like anybody, like Christians and this, that, and the third. That's what it is. Look, I'm being reasonable. I'm being reasonable. Like, I'm being reasonable. I'm being reasonable as I'm talking.
Bro, it's like you still.
I'm being reasonable as I'm talking, but it is what it is. I'm being reasonable with you, but Cass is being weak. That's it. Don't be weak about your shit,
bro. You do that all the time.
Just stand up. Just stand up for what you believe in, bro. You just gotta stand up for what you believe in and make it make sense. That's all I'm saying at the end of the day.
You talk the most shit, Luciu. You talk the most shit, Luciu.
Yeah, I've talked a lot of shit because y'all talk shit to me, so I do it in return. Of course,
because you can. You say, because I can't talk that shit. That's your thing. You know what I mean? You talk shit.
I can, just like you can.
Nah, I don't really
You
talk
can,
shit,
I can, Malak can,
I
Jose
really
can.
don't, bro. I ain't good at it. You know what I'm saying? I really don't.
No, you're really good at it, bro. You're really good at it if you just put your mind to it. But at the end of the day, bro, it is what it is. We're not here playing tit for tat. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to dialogue and learn. That's it. Agree to disagree. We don't have to agree to everything. That's it.
Some brothers come on here just to argue. You know what I'm saying? They ain't trying to build. You know what I mean? They ain't trying to just put in the pot, whatever their vessel hold. This is my information, you know what I'm saying? And see how we, correlate that to each other's information, you know what I'm saying? Some brothers just come here to argue.
And that's true.
Right.
Cats do get on here just to argue.
Like that.
You're absolutely right, brother. Let me just state
that
this real
Spaniard
quick.
Daniel, bro. Yo, shalom to the
Hey, know the King of Prophet. Know the King of Prophet. You absolutely right, brother. This is why when the brother Vega, brought up this video from the beginning, vocab, whatever the case may be, he's going against the natives. The whole subject of the matter is the natives being the Israelites, and this is what we started off with.
Bet.
Everything else, it was not in the spirit. It was
And then
coming
that
on.
Daniel, that Spaniard Daniel came on here and it blew up.
This is why I know that for a fact, I try to keep to that peace. At one point, I got a little carnal, you know what I'm saying? But it's the simple fact that, a lot of people don't see when they cutting people off, and then, when you do it, and then it's a problem, you know what I'm saying? For the simple fact they don't let you talk. But the whole conversation or this whole purpose of the brother Vega bringing this out was about how Vocab was trying to bring down the natives, and how he tried to use one of your old videos, and it was a beautiful thing as we were just talking about the scriptures. Nobody, if someone come and don't believe in the scriptures, and then what's the whole point of that person even being here? And I'm not saying it to it. Let me finish. Let me just finish, brother. Please, I'll let you talk. The whole point of this is, look, when Daniel jumped on, or even when Luke's jumped on in the beginning, it wasn't no argument. It was no problem. And they have their opinion to what they want to believe in. And that's cool. You understand? So what we're doing is we start to bring out some sources. I bring out some books, just showing books. Once I start bringing out the sources, the books, brothers got emotional and start trying to discredit the sources of the books that I was trying. This is when the whole argument started. Yeah. And like Daniel loved to talk and don't give nobody a break, and nobody is being a mediator in these conversations. Guess what? The conversation went south. Yeah. But the whole thing about this is, look,
hey,
in the Bible. Let me finish. I got you, brother. Please let me finish.
Kept talking over me, and I just kept letting.
I got you, brother. No, I got you, brother. Let me finish this. I got you, brother. I promise. So what I'm just saying is this: when the scriptures came out, the whole thing about it is Vega was trying to, we bringing out a dialogue on what the scriptures say, what the Bible says. So then when you bring a native in here who's a non-believer, and the only thing he's going to do is just feed in non-negativity into what someone else believes in, what we're defending. And if somebody can't understand that when you come in and you just doing that, then you ain't in the spirit. You know what I'm saying? The ones who are in the spirit, we're talking about the Most High. Yes, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Yahweh. If someone call him weak, someone call him evil, then that's on them. Then that's what they believe in, right? So that's why when Vega brought up that verse, like unequally yoked, that's why I agree completely with that. Because you know what? I'm not trying to look for a religion just to study the contradictions on that. I'm not trying to look for a contradiction to try to make another person look weak when it comes to a different religion. Now, if we speak in Bible, then I love speaking Bible all day, every day. But how can you even get in a conversation with someone who's a non-believer? And the only thing they want to do is debate and try to bring down the God of Israel, calling him evil, hate, and he's the devil and all that, like Luke's. I'm done.
I didn't call nobody a devil. People call me a devil on this chat. And the only reason I jumped on was to question the brother that was talking about Aztec culture. I didn't come here with a bad spirit.
I didn't say you.
Yes, you did, brother.
Oh,
you said I
Daniel?
came in here. Yeah, I'm Daniel. Yes, I'm Daniel.
Okay, then when you came in, all right, brother. When you came in, listen to me, my brother. When you came in, was not the conversation that, because Vega let everyone jumps on. That's a great thing. But when you came in, what would you thought there was the subject was? What would you think the conversation was about?
I came to address Ross when he was talking about Huitzilopochtli being born out of immaculate conception.
Okay, but did you hear his conversation? That he was talking about. He's talking about. He's trying to bridge the gap, brother, between the scriptures and that. So if you came in here just to try to correct him, right there, it's a good thing. Do you come on? This is not my panel. This is Vega's panel. But what I'm saying is, brothers is talking about defending natives being Israelite. You don't believe that. So what is your? I mean, do you believe that's?
He's allowed to do that. That falls on Jose for letting him on.
Well, that's brothers is trying to build, and then you got people come in here tearing
But
shit.
I understand what y'all saying, and I agree with y'all to a degree. But that falls on Jose for letting him on. There's an open discussion.
I have all the rights to defend my culture, but if there's misinformation being put out there, sir.
And Jose is allowing that. Jose is not saying that he's not allowing that. Y'all got it.
Yo, Daniel, straight up, bro. Just peace to you, Ak. But here's the problem I see with cats like you is that our people are in a really bad condition. I don't know if you know this, but where I grew up and where I'm from, we are in a very bad way, bro, and including myself, bro. And then I came to following the Yahweh's laws, bro. I came out of it. He elevated me spiritually. He elevated my frequency. He increased me in health and wealth and all these different things, bro. And now I'm trying to help my other people follow that same path because it helped me. Now, what are you doing to help the condition of our people with just coming in here arguing about stuff? You know what I'm saying? You say you're defending our people, but if you was trying to defend our people, you'd be trying to help us lift us out of the condition that we're in.
Okay, could I answer that?
Go ahead, I'll come out. Shalom.
Okay, do I have to be about the Bible to help my people? I don't have to do that.
Yeah, I can say you don't have
I asked you, how are you helping our people come out of the condition that we in? Crickets.
But that's not his responsibility, though. That's the whole thing.
Bro. I'm gonna tell you this.
I never heard Daniel said that he was part of like a movement. Like I don't know, Daniel. You're part of a movement.
That's irrelevant, though, for real. I don't even know why y'all asking.
It's not irrelevant. It's the most important.
It is irrelevant, bro, because all the dudes doing. Listen,
why you Luke?
Y'all have to. All I'm doing is I'm trying to bring understanding. Since Jose, but listen, y'all getting mad. This is Jose's panel. He let this cat on. Okay, y'all believe one thing. Y'all believe one thing. He has the right to come in and defend his beliefs.
Because you hate my people.
He has the right to come in and
defend his beliefs. Daniel and Luke's over here speaking, bro.
That's fine. That's fine.
Shut up, bro.
Because they're over here trying to trap him with questions. I'm allowed to defend the cat.
I just asked him a question. How is he?
It's irrelevant, bro. He's allowed to come and defend his culture, bro. That's all I'm saying. Why y'all yelling, acting all insensitive? Y'all getting sensitive for no reason. He's allowed to come on, Jose. Allowed him on his panel. This is Jose's panel.
Nobody was talking to you.
But you don't run Jose's panel, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But this is Jose's panel.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking
to Daniel. But this is Jose's panel. Why you so mad, bro?
Luke,
bro.
Let him finish.
But this is Jose's panel.
Okay, then
why you so mad? I'll stop when you explain to me why you so mad. I'll stop.
Brother, just let them talk. Luke,
I'll let them speak, but you don't gotta ask him no type of question, bro. Don't gotta be like that. He just told you why he was coming on. He told you why he came on.
Brother, he is talking.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Daniel. You don't gotta be part of no movement, bro. Don't let them entrap you with them type of questions, bro. You told them why you came on here, pinpoint blank. They defending their own belief. You defending your belief, pinpoint blank. That's it. Don't let the devil get you like that, bro. These are devils speaking to you right now. That's what that is, bro. Don't let them entrap you with questions like that, bro. Don't let them.
Yo, that's crazy, yo. Yo, this is crazy. I just
talking to you. You was
he don't believe in the Bible, but then
look at the power they got permeating through them. That's not even. This is not even their platform.
You don't even believe in the Bible. We the devil.
This is not even.
It's not your platform either, you coward.
This is not even their platform. Look how they acting. They mad because it's not their platform. They can't do what they want. They don't want unbelievers in here. They don't want unbelievers in here. They main man is letting unbelievers in here. I'm not even mad. that, dog. I'm just trying to bring, understanding. Y'all mad that unbelievers are in here. Your people are fucked up. And you want people to come in here, agree with y'all bullshit in order to help y'all people come out of some bullshit. And he's trying to do the same shit for his people. He feels that y'all peddling bullshit. So y'all always going to argue. I'm just bringing the understanding, dog. That's it. That's it. And now niggas left.
Yeah, they both left.
Hey, sorry, Jose. I didn't mean to come here to disrupt your class and nothing like that. I just came to address the brother that was talking about the Aztec stuff, bro. That's it.
And I was never saying Jose was a devil and shit like that. He was trying to trap you. I was just trying to end that nonsense because it's going off topic, bro. Like, at the end of the day, that's not your responsibility to help nobody. This and the third. You just came on because you believe one thing is concerning your people, your faith. Jose's allowing you. You fully understand this is his platform. He's allowing you. He understands what you about. Y'all agree to disagree on certain things. He's allowing you to come on and defend your shit regardless of what they're talking about. Jose knows what he's doing. These cats act like they don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, we don't have to insult each other. That's what I don't like. Is me and Jose, we disagree on a lot of stuff, but we don't be doing that to each other, though.
Bro, that shit's nutty. Like, it's crazy. And me and you don't even agree on everything. I just feel where you're coming from a certain aspect because I have similar beliefs. I just don't know about the Native American cultures, creation stories like you do. So but I see the same things. I don't believe they're all Israelites or whatever. I look at them as some of them tribes are more like spirit brothers or whatever. But obviously these cats read the Bible. They were taught a certain type of way. They were exposed to certain things. They're going to try and line it up the way that they do. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And as long as Jose allows people like you and me to get on here, there's always going to be pushback. And there's not always pushback with me.
And that's why I asked. You want me to get off the chat, Jose? I'll get off. Just for respect for you, bro. I'll jump off,
You're not wrong, bro. If anything, we was all wrong. We was all acting like kids arguing earlier and shit like that. But these cats, they just be acting.
Hey, that was y'all. That was y'all. The tape. I want everybody to realize this. The tape is gonna verify it. I was just laying out in the back. Hey, I tried to say, hey, calm down, but y'all just kept going. I just said, fuck it. I just said, fuck it. I was just sitting here talking to my wife. Had y'all on pause. So y'all were just going at it. I was like, man, I don't want to mute mics. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I really don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to like talk things out. I even told y'all from the beginning. I was like, yo, we all have different beliefs, so we're not going to agree. So what I'm saying, just not take it too serious.
Yeah, it's true. But we could talk like men, Jose.
I would put it like this. I would disagree with how the brothers were saying that Daniel was a demon or and whatever, a Spaniard. I would say this, man. Like, I don't take shit like that serious, bro. I put like this. I just pray, bro. I just pray that, I pray for the brother Daniel and stuff like that, bro. If anything, down, Northern Kingdom, pray for our people, bro. That's what you do, bro. I don't think insulting each other and I don't know, man. It's like we could joke, joking because we are around each other a lot on these group chats or whatever the case may be, and we can joke around. But I think that personal attacks and we don't have to get ugly like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Especially if we do follow Christ, you know what I'm saying, we got to treat our people and our brothers, with love, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, yeah, go call home a Spaniard. It's like, come on, bro. Out of all of us, I believe Daniel's the only one that actually took a DNA test. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, I think that was just a bad point. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I think we just got to be fair with each other.
That's where the cats took it to, dog. They started with the name calling and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I just reciprocated it back. That's not always right to do, but that's why I had to sit there and say, like, what is up with all this? Like, there's a difference when I'm making an argument and I'm talking about shit that got substance. I'm coming at your scriptures. Why you got this? Why you got that? The historical, all this shit. And you're just responding with, why you talking? And you got curls and Fabio and all this, you know what I mean? Like, that's the whole, like, you know what I mean? And then y'all, not saying y'all, but calling this dude the devil and this and the third, like, we just being reasonable. Like, when I first came on, like Malak said, there was nothing. I just came in to listen. And if I found something interesting, I can add to it, or if I wanted to debate it, I would get on. That's what I was going to do. That's what I always do.
I think saying and that's why I like to go live, and invite brothers. So say so we could just get used to each other and get used to talking. Saying like we I think some people pick up bad habits, but we can learn and just learn how to have
Hey,
better.
Jose.
Yeah.
I feel like that brother, Northern Kingdom Prophet, that brother hates me, bro.
He was getting the most hostile with you. That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's when he was like, "Oh, what do you do for our people?" And this and that. I said, "Come on, bro. Now you just sound like a baby, dude." That's why I say he don't want you on here. I don't know what was up Malak's ass. I'm not gonna say he had the same.
I'll say this. Northern Kingdom Prophet, I wish you the best, bro. I wish you everything that you want to happen in your life happens and comes true, bro. I got nothing against you like that, bro.
He's just overly zealous, bro. That's what it is, man. These cats are they're spirits, bro. Everybody, this is my belief. Everybody's influenced by the spirits of that dog. And obviously what you see, man, is there's heavy spirits that believe in the Bible, that are very zealous, that's over that type of nigga, dog. He's just very zealous for his scripture, where he don't want to hear nothing else. All he want to hear is shit that agrees with what he believes. And that's like a lot of us at the end of the day. We got to learn how to check that shit. We got to learn how to be open to other things like, yo, we could be wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and you know what? I am comfortable right now, brother. Like, I'm comfortable with not knowing the truth, bro. It used to bother me, back in the day. It used to bother me so much. But now it doesn't bother me not knowing the truth. I'm comfortable with not knowing it,
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, bro. Like, we all trying to find it, we all seeking. I was there, I was in the Bible, this and that. You know what I mean? It's just cats just be, like I said, it's just zealous, bro, ego. That's why I said it all goes to authority.
Yeah. Hey, but I'm gonna jump off, bro, because I keep hearing an echo. I'm on my Mac, and when I'm on my Mac, I don't know why there's echoes and echoes and echoes. That's why I wasn't able to answer correctly on time. But you guys have a good night, bro. Now I didn't mean to come on your show and be disruptive and stuff like that. I apologize, bro. But
man, you fucked it all up, Daniel. Damn it, you fucked it all up.
Fuck. All right, bro.
All right, man. See you in the back chats, man.
For sure. You too, Lux. I'll see you later, brother.
All right, bro. Talk to you soon. It was good talking to you, bro. Have a good night. Keep your head up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I've just been learning to be more tolerant with people, like instead of being too argumentative. I'll be around racists all the time, bro. Whether it's white or black or I hear arguments from everybody's side, man. And it's to the point where it's like, people are just gonna have their opinions and just leave it at that, bro. I like I said, we could just plant seeds and just walk away, man. That's what I tell people, man. I'm not trying to force nobody to believe anything, man. That's it, bro. You ask me a question, I'll answer it, whether you believe it or not. If you want me to show you in the scripture, I can do it. If you believe it or not, hey, man, I'm not here to twist your arm. But, oh, yeah, you got to believe everything I say or bow down to King Jose. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, I don't care, man. Like, we can have these discussions, bro. And like I said, man, like I told you, Louis, I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna ask the sister if we can set up that debate for that brother. I think that would be a good debate with you between you and him about the out of Africa theory.
Yeah, I have to prep for that. I don't know if I'm gonna do a debate, but I mean, I don't mind like seeing what they got to say about it. This and third, like right now I got a lot of shit going on. I'm not really prepared to be trying to like debate people because I gotta get like information together and so I got like not bad things, but I got things going on in my personal life. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta kind of get together. So I still study things, but I'm not in no position to be trying to debate people, full fledged. I can get on here, shoot the shit with y'all, and pull out a book or two and do some shit like that. But we could always discuss it though. It's fine. They can get on here with you, whatever, or another platform or whatever, Facebook, comment, throw, you know what I mean, links, whatever. That's fine. Shit that's more like, where you can just do it at your own leisure. Because people got lives outside of social media on the internet.
Yeah.
So, and like I'm going to start bringing out information too, just like I brought up Arcerith in Armenia. I came across information like that, and I think that's good to bring out information to kind of bring a different perspective on those beliefs and see where that's at with the Scythians and things of that nature. And you know, also getting into like astronomy and going into like the first creation story with Genesis about how everything was formless and void, and going back to what the Owaski says about the vortex and all this other shit like that. I'm doing all this research right now. That's what I'm into right now. So it's like, yeah.
True that.
Yeah, I don't got no beef with these cats, bro. It is what it is. It's just they just got to understand this is your platform. That's it. Obviously, you could tell there's a strong dislike for people coming in, having a opposite opinion or opposing belief or a different view, and they just got to understand it's not their platform, and you allow that. And the event that you don't allow that, I'm sure you as a man will make that known. So, and maybe you should have that sometimes, bro. Maybe you should only have certain dialogues for certain people and shit like that, to where y'all can just congregate and shit like that. I don't know. It's always good to do different things with your channel and shit like that. And don't ever be afraid to mute mics, bro. If you ever feel the need to mute me, I don't mind. Sometimes I get out of hand with my mouth. You got to mute me, it's cool. I feel like if you got to mute niggas and tell them, yo, y'all got to chill out, there ain't nothing wrong with that. It's your platform at the end of the day. So, but I understand,
Yeah, I try, man. I just, say like we're adults, man. I think we should like all learn to, at the end of the day, if you feel like if your opponent is being stiff necked, just let him speak just for a second. You know what I'm saying? Just let him get it off his chest. You know what I'm saying? As long as I feel like if that's probably one of the biggest things that people feel like they're not allowing the other person to like get it off their chest, like everything, to bring out everything what they're saying. I believe that, that's what I've been trying to work on, you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of just arguing all the time, man, if my opponent just wants to speak, man, you know what? Fine. Just go ahead, bro. And just let him speak for 5-10 minutes. It don't matter, man. Let him get it off his chest. And then hopefully he will reciprocate, you know what I'm saying? He'll, then allow you to bring out real quick, your point real quick. Whatever, man. Just keep the conversation going, man. Like, I'm tired of all this, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, okay, if you guys claim you guys want to be debaters and stuff like that, that we should just act just a little bit more cordial. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all, man. But, hey, man, you saw how even the president of the United States could get dirty in debates. So,
yeah, people just get passionate. That's where the passion comes in. You just feel passionate. You start cutting people off. Then people start coming at your neck. Half the time when I get in these arguments, bro, I know I don't be calling people names and shit like that. That don't start with me. I just reciprocate it. You know what I mean? That's what that is. I always usually come on. I'm peaceful. I'm chill. I talk. I give people their respect. It's just when cats start talking that garbage, I'm just like, damn, you know what I mean? I can only take so many hits, and I'm like, you know what? Bang. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's not always the best option, the best way to take, but, I don't know. I really don't know, dog. It's just crazy. But listen, I'm about to get off, dog. I appreciate you having me on. And I'm going to talk to you soon, bro.
All right, man.
Shalom.
All right, shalom. All right, man. As you all saw, I had to kick all of these guys out. I kicked them all out. Acting like a bunch of animals on my channel. How dare thee? Nah, but all seriousness, yeah, like I said, man, it was a pretty good build. You know what I'm saying? At certain points, it got a little ugly at the end. But, it was a good build, man. It was, 4 hours? Thanks for tuning in, Brother Daniel, Elder Jacob, Shalom. Shalom, David, El Pablo, Shalom, Shashu, Shalom, Micaiah, Elias. Shalom, brothers. Shalom. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, thanks for the scripture, Tahar. That was a good scripture. Because like I said, I even said it in the beginning, you know what I'm saying, that that two can't walk together. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're going to bump heads. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep our heads cool and try to keep the conversation, you know, on topic. You know what I'm saying? But it happens sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like we can all agree, you know, that we can improve, whatever the case may be. But shalom, everyone. Tune in and next. Well, I guess I'll be on next weekend, the weekend Saturday. Shalom, shalom.